When was the last time you felt completely at peace with yourself, unaffected by the opinions, actions, or judgments of others? Most of us spend far too much of our lives chained to the expectations of others, seeking approval and relying on external sources for our happiness. We look to relationships, friendships, or even social media for validation, hoping to fill the emotional gaps within ourselves. This constant need for reassurance from the outside world can leave us feeling vulnerable, anxious, and ultimately unfulfilled. But deep down, you already know that true happiness, real peace, and inner strength don't come from anyone else. It comes from within. The good news is that breaking free from emotional dependence isn't just a dream. It's a real possibility that you can achieve through Stoicism, a philosophy that has empowered people for centuries to find emotional freedom and inner stability. At its core, Stoicism is about mastering what's within your control and letting go of everything else. Most of us live in a reactive state, allowing every little event, every comment, and every relationship to dictate how we feel. We let other people's actions shape our happiness. When they're kind or affectionate, we feel good. When they're distant or critical, we crumble. But what if your emotions weren't swayed by others? What if you could find a source of stability and peace within yourself that wasn't subject to the whims of those around you? There's something incredibly empowering about reclaiming control over your emotional life. It's not about becoming cold or detached, nor does it mean shutting people out. Instead, it's about creating a strong foundation of emotional resilience that allows you to thrive regardless of external circumstances. Emotional dependence, while natural, can be a heavy burden, leading to insecurity, stress, and unhappiness. This burden weighs us down, keeping us from experiencing life fully and joyfully. We often give others more power over our emotions than we realize. A single word from someone else can lift us up or tear us down. In relationships, we sometimes lose our sense of self, relying on the other person to validate our worth. This cycle creates a constant state of anxiety. What will they think of me? Will they approve? Am I good enough? It's exhausting, and worse yet, it takes away the peace that could be ours if we learn to rely on something much stronger, ourselves. But this isn't how life has to be. You have the power to take control of your emotional well-being. You can learn to stop seeking validation from others and start building a sense of self-worth that is independent, unshakable, and free. This kind of emotional freedom isn't just a luxury for a few enlightened individuals. It's something that anyone can develop with the right mindset and practice. The Stoic philosophers knew that true freedom comes from within. They understood that we are often our own worst enemies, giving away control of our emotions to the outside world. But with awareness, we can start making choices that lead to emotional independence. By focusing on our own thoughts, reactions, and values, we can shift from a state of dependency to one of empowerment. Imagine how different life would be if you didn't have to rely on anyone else to feel complete. Imagine walking into a room and not caring whether others approve of you or not. Not because you're arrogant, but because you're so grounded in who you are that external opinions don't define you. Imagine being in a relationship and enjoying it fully without the fear of losing yourself or needing constant affirmation from your partner. That's the kind of strength Stoicism teaches, one that comes from deep within and allows you to remain calm, steady, and secure no matter what life throws your way. The journey to emotional independence doesn't happen overnight, but every step you take will bring you closer to true freedom. It begins with understanding that your emotional well-being is your responsibility. Others may influence how you feel, but they do not control it. You do. And once you internalize this truth, you'll begin to reclaim the power you may not even realize you've been giving away. As you move forward on this path, you'll start noticing a profound shift in how you interact with the world. You'll no longer be chasing approval, acceptance, or love from others, because you'll already have those things within yourself. Instead of relying on others to make you feel valued, you'll find strength in your own actions, principles, and self-respect. You'll approach relationships with a sense of wholeness, knowing that you are complete as you are, and any love or connection you experience will be a beautiful addition, not a necessity. Of course, this doesn't mean that you won't care for or love others. In fact, when you free yourself from emotional dependence, your relationships become more genuine. Instead of being driven by a need to please or be validated, you'll engage with others from a place of true connection. You'll no longer fear rejection or abandonment because your sense of self-worth isn't tied to how others treat you. You'll be able to love deeply without losing yourself in the process. Emotional independence gives you the clarity and strength to set healthy boundaries, a crucial part of any meaningful relationship. When you know who you are and what you stand for, it becomes easier to say no to things that drain you and yes to what truly matters. It allows you to let go of toxic dynamics and nurture relationships that bring out the best in you. The freedom to walk away from situations that don't serve you without guilt or fear is one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself. This is not about becoming emotionally isolated or hard-hearted. On the contrary, by cultivating emotional independence, you allow yourself to be more open, more present, and more capable of experiencing love and joy in a pure and untainted way. Without the constant need for approval or fear of loss, you're free to enjoy the moment for what it is, without expectations or conditions. You'll be able to love and care for others with a sense of strength, knowing that your happiness doesn't depend on their actions, but on your own internal peace. As you embark on this journey of eliminating emotional dependence, you'll start to notice the weight lifting from your shoulders. The anxiety of needing constant reassurance will begin to fade, and in its place, you'll find a deep, unshakable sense of peace. You'll stop looking outward for happiness and start building it from within, brick by brick, with each new practice you adopt. There will be moments of challenge, of course. Old habits die hard, and the pull to seek validation from others can be strong. But remember, every time you choose to focus on your own inner strength, rather than looking outside yourself, you are taking a powerful step toward true emotional freedom. Life is unpredictable, and people will always have their own opinions, actions, and emotions that can impact us if we let them. But with emotional independence, you'll be like a rock in the river, steady, grounded, and immovable, even as the water flows around you. You won't be swayed by the currents of others' expectations or judgments, because you'll have found something far more reliable to guide you, yourself. The path to emotional independence is one of the most rewarding journeys you can take. It will transform not only how you feel about yourself, but also how you interact with the world. You'll discover a new level of confidence, clarity, and peace that will carry you through life's ups and downs with grace and strength. And as you continue to grow and develop this inner resilience, you'll find that the freedom you've been searching for has been within you all along. This journey begins now, with a single step toward reclaiming your emotional freedom. Step by step, you'll break free from the chains of dependence and embrace a life of inner peace, strength, and unshakable self-worth. You've just stepped into a life-changing journey, a journey where emotional freedom is no longer just a distant dream, but a reality waiting to unfold. Have you ever wondered why some people seem unshakable, grounded in their own peace, while others are constantly thrown off balance by the words and actions of others? It's not luck. It's not that they have fewer challenges or have never felt the sting of rejection. What sets them apart is their ability to cultivate emotional independence. And at the heart of this transformation is the power of habits, small, consistent actions that, over time, shape not only our behavior, but the core of who we are. Habits are like invisible threads that weave through our lives, dictating how we react to the world around us. We don't always notice them, but they are there, shaping our thoughts, emotions, and even our sense of self. By focusing on cultivating the right habits, you can build a foundation of emotional independence that allows you to navigate life's challenges without being consumed by them. The Stoics understood this better than anyone. They believed that our minds are like gardens. What we plant and nurture grows. If we allow negative emotions, dependence on others, and the need for approval to take root, they will flourish. But if we choose to cultivate habits that promote self-reliance, inner peace, and emotional strength, we will find ourselves increasingly free from the chains of emotional dependence. One of the most profound ways to cultivate emotional independence is through the habit of self-reflection. This is not a passive activity, but an active practice of observing your thoughts and feelings without judgment. When emotions arise, whether it's anger, jealousy, or sadness, pause and ask yourself where they are coming from. Are these emotions tied to someone else's actions or opinions? Are you giving someone else control over your happiness? By making self-reflection a habit, you can catch yourself in moments of emotional dependence and choose a different path. Another essential habit in cultivating emotional independence is learning to set boundaries. Many of us struggle with this, thinking that setting boundaries means we are pushing people away or being selfish. But boundaries are not walls to keep others out. They are the lines that protect our emotional well-being. By practicing the habit of setting clear, healthy boundaries, we teach ourselves and others how we expect to be treated. This, in turn, reinforces our emotional strength and independence. Stoicism also teaches the importance of focusing on what we can control. Developing the habit of shifting your attention to what is within your power, rather than wasting energy on things outside of your control, is key to emotional independence. When you find yourself getting caught up in what others think of you, or when someone's actions upset you, remember that you cannot control them. The only thing you have control over is your own response. By practicing this shift in focus daily, you create a habit of resilience and emotional stability. Gratitude is another powerful habit that fosters emotional independence. By regularly acknowledging and appreciating what you have, you reduce your need for external validation. Gratitude helps ground you in the present and shifts your focus away from what's lacking or what others think you should have. It reminds you that your worth and happiness are not tied to anyone else's approval. The more you practice gratitude, the more emotionally independent you become as your sense of fulfillment begins to stem from within. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of cultivating indifference to external opinions. This doesn't mean being cold or uncaring, but rather developing the habit of not letting praise or criticism define you. You can appreciate kind words and consider constructive feedback, but they should not dictate your self-worth. By regularly practicing indifference to what others say or think, you free yourself from the emotional highs and lows that come with seeking approval. This habit builds a rock-solid foundation of emotional independence. An often overlooked habit in the journey toward emotional independence is solitude. Spending time alone, without distractions or the influence of others, allows you to reconnect with yourself. It's in these quiet moments that you can reflect on your needs, desires, and goals without the noise of external opinions. By making solitude a regular practice, you strengthen your ability to stand on your own emotionally. You learn to enjoy your own company and trust your own judgment, which is essential for true emotional freedom. Self-reliance is the cornerstone of emotional independence, and it is built through consistent habits of personal growth. The habit of continuous learning, whether through reading, journaling, or acquiring new skills, fosters a sense of self-sufficiency. As you expand your knowledge and abilities, you become less reliant on others to provide you with direction or validation. This ongoing process of self-improvement reinforces the belief that you have everything you need within you to succeed and be happy. Another habit crucial to emotional independence is letting go of the need to control others. Often, emotional dependence stems from a desire to shape how others feel or behave toward us. But this only leads to frustration and anxiety because people are unpredictable and their emotions are outside of our control. By practicing the habit of accepting people as they are without trying to change them, you release yourself from the burden of emotional dependence. You begin to find peace in letting others be themselves while maintaining your own emotional integrity. The way we handle disappointment is another area where habits can either support or undermine emotional independence. Instead of allowing setbacks or rejection to consume you, practice the habit of reframing them. View every challenge as an opportunity to grow rather than a reflection of your worth. This shift in perspective builds resilience and prevents you from falling into the trap of seeking reassurance from others when things don't go your way. Resisting the urge to compare yourself to others is another habit that fosters emotional independence. Social media and societal pressures make it easy to fall into the comparison trap, constantly measuring your worth against the success or happiness of others. But comparison only fuels emotional dependence by making your sense of self contingent on how you stack up to others. By practicing the habit of focusing on your own path and progress, you can break free from the cycle of comparison and find contentment in your journey. Developing emotional independence also requires practicing forgiveness, not just of others, but of yourself. Holding on to guilt, shame, or regret keeps you emotionally tethered to the past and to the people involved in those experiences. Forgiveness allows you to release those emotional ties and move forward with a sense of freedom. By making forgiveness a habit, you cultivate a mindset of emotional liberation, where your peace is no longer tied to unresolved feelings or past hurts. The Stoics believed in the importance of living according to your values. This is a habit that requires constant attention and reflection. When you live in alignment with your values, you build a sense of internal security that is not dependent on external circumstances or approval. This integrity of character reinforces emotional independence, as your actions and decisions are guided by your principles, not by the expectations or opinions of others. Patience is another habit that plays a critical role in emotional independence. When we are emotionally dependent, we often rush into decisions or reactions based on our need for immediate validation or resolution. Practicing patience allows you to take a step back, consider your options, and make choices that align with your true self, rather than reacting out of fear or need. Over time, this habit strengthens your emotional resilience, allowing you to navigate life with a calm and steady mind. In the pursuit of emotional independence, it's also important to practice the habit of self-compassion. We can be our own harshest critics, and this internal negativity often drives us to seek comfort or reassurance from others. By cultivating self-compassion, you learn to be kind to yourself in moments of struggle or failure. This kindness builds a sense of inner strength and self-reliance, reducing the need for external approval. The Stoics placed great value on practicing virtue in everyday life. By cultivating the habit of acting with integrity, honesty, and kindness, you create a strong internal foundation that supports emotional independence. When you know that you are living virtuously, you no longer feel the need to seek validation from others. Your sense of self-worth comes from within, rooted in the knowledge that you are acting in accordance with your values. A key habit in the Stoic approach to emotional independence is detachment from outcomes. We often tie our emotions to specific results, whether in relationships, work, or personal goals. But the Stoics taught that the outcome is never fully in our control. By practicing the habit of focusing on your efforts rather than the results, you free yourself from the emotional roller coaster of expectations and disappointments. This detachment allows you to remain centered and at peace, regardless of how things unfold. Another powerful habit is embracing change. Life is full of unpredictability, and emotional dependence often arises from a fear of change. By developing the habit of welcoming change as a natural part of life, you build emotional resilience. Instead of clinging to the familiar or fearing the unknown, you approach change with openness and flexibility, knowing that your emotional well-being is not tied to stability or predictability. In cultivating emotional independence, the habit of self-discipline cannot be overlooked. Emotional dependence often stems from allowing our emotions to control our actions. Self-discipline teaches us to act in accordance with our values and long-term goals, rather than being swayed by momentary feelings. By practicing self-discipline in your thoughts, actions, and responses, you create a life guided by purpose and intention, not by fleeting emotional states. Empathy is another habit that can strengthen emotional independence. While it may seem counterintuitive, understanding and respecting others' emotions without taking them on as your own is a key skill. Empathy allows you to connect deeply with others while maintaining your emotional boundaries. It helps you avoid the trap of emotional enmeshment, where your feelings become entangled with someone else's. By practicing empathy with detachment, you can engage in relationships from a place of strength and emotional independence. A practice that supports emotional independence is simplicity. The more complicated and cluttered our lives become, the more we rely on external sources for validation and comfort. By simplifying your life, both materially and emotionally, you reduce the distractions that pull you away from your true self. This habit of simplicity creates space for self-reflection, inner peace, and emotional clarity, all of which are essential for independence. Another habit to cultivate is accepting imperfection, both in yourself and in others. Emotional dependence often arises from unrealistic expectations of perfection in relationships or in yourself. By practicing the habit of embracing imperfections, you free yourself from the constant need for approval. You allow yourself and others to be human without placing the weight of your emotional well-being on anyone's ability to meet impossible standards. The habit of consistent self-care is another pillar of emotional independence. Taking care of your physical, mental, and emotional health is a way of reinforcing your self-worth. When you prioritize your well-being, you send a message to yourself that you are enough, that you are worthy of care and attention. This habit builds a sense of self-reliance, as you no longer need others to provide the nurturing and support you give to yourself. Practicing gratitude in relationships is another habit that fosters emotional independence. Instead of focusing on what others aren't providing or how they fall short, practice the habit of appreciating what they do bring into your life. Gratitude shifts your perspective from one of lack to one of abundance, reducing the need for constant validation or reassurance. This allows you to enjoy relationships without feeling emotionally dependent on them for your happiness. To cultivate emotional independence, it's also essential to practice acceptance. There are many things in life, especially in relationships, that we cannot control. By practicing the habit of accepting what is, rather than resisting or trying to change it, you free yourself from the emotional turmoil that comes with unrealistic expectations. Acceptance doesn't mean giving up, but rather choosing to find peace in the present moment, regardless of the circumstances. Finally, the habit of trusting yourself is the culmination of emotional independence. Many of us have been taught to seek answers outside of ourselves, whether from others' opinions, societal expectations, or external sources of authority. But true emotional independence comes from developing an unshakable trust in your own wisdom and judgment. By practicing this trust daily, through your decisions, reflections, and actions, you build the foundation for a life of inner peace, strength, and emotional freedom. Having built a foundation of emotional independence through habits and self-trust, there's another profound layer to explore, one that truly liberates your mind and heart. This next step is where emotional detachment plays a vital role in finding lasting inner peace. Detachment doesn't mean shutting off your emotions or becoming indifferent to life. Rather, it's about freeing yourself from the weight of emotional turmoil caused by things outside your control. Emotional detachment is the key to navigating life with calm and clarity, unaffected by external noise or drama. When you detach from emotions tied to external events, you start to notice a deep sense of relief. Life's turbulence no longer feels like a storm you're trapped in, but more like a passing breeze. This shift begins by understanding that the world around us, with all its unpredictability, will always try to pull at our emotions. Relationships, jobs, societal expectations, these are just a few of the things that can trigger emotional responses. But when we grasp that these factors are beyond our control, we can begin to practice emotional detachment. Emotional detachment is not about pushing away people or refusing to care. It's about creating a protective boundary where your inner peace is safeguarded. This boundary allows you to love, work, and interact with the world without becoming consumed by it. You start to see that emotional chaos often stems from attaching your well-being to outcomes, people's opinions, or things that don't align with your true self. Once you stop allowing these external forces to dictate your emotions, you will feel a sense of liberation. One of the most powerful aspects of emotional detachment is how it strengthens your sense of identity. Too often, people confuse who they are with how others perceive them. When you detach emotionally from the need for approval or validation, you're free to be your most authentic self. Your identity becomes rooted in your values, your principles, and your inner calm, not in how the world sees you. This internal stability is where true inner peace begins to flourish. Detachment also allows you to approach relationships in a healthier way. Without emotional detachment, it's easy to get caught up in expectations, hoping that others will act in certain ways or fulfill certain roles in your life. But people are complex, and often they won't meet these expectations. By practicing emotional detachment, you remove the burden of expectation and accept people for who they are, without needing them to complete you or make you happy. Through detachment, you start to appreciate relationships for what they bring into your life, without clinging to them for emotional security. This doesn't mean you stop caring or loving. Rather, you love without attachment. The Stoics often taught that loving deeply while accepting that nothing is permanent is the path to emotional freedom. When you detach from the fear of losing relationships, you're able to enjoy them more fully in the present moment, without anxiety about the future. Emotional detachment is also crucial when facing life's inevitable challenges and setbacks. Everyone experiences loss, failure, and disappointment at some point. But for those who practice emotional detachment, these experiences don't shatter their sense of peace. They understand that while they cannot control every situation, they can control how they respond to it. This mental shift, from reacting emotionally to responding with calm and acceptance, is where true strength lies. Many people mistakenly believe that detaching emotionally means becoming numb. However, Stoicism teaches that it's not about numbing yourself to life's experiences, but about not being overwhelmed by them. When you detach, you can feel emotions like sadness, joy, or anger, but you aren't ruled by them. You observe them, let them pass through you, and maintain your inner equilibrium. This ability to feel without being controlled by emotion is the essence of inner peace. When we are too emotionally attached, we tend to react impulsively. Whether it's out of anger, fear, or frustration, our emotions can cloud our judgment, leading to decisions that we later regret. By cultivating emotional detachment, you create space between stimulus and response. In this space, you can think more clearly, make better decisions, and act in ways that align with your values rather than your fleeting emotional states. Emotional detachment also enhances your ability to forgive. Often, we hold on to grudges or resentment because we are emotionally attached to the idea of fairness or justice in how we've been treated. But when you detach from these expectations, forgiveness becomes easier. You no longer need closure from others to move forward because your peace isn't tied to their actions. You can let go of the emotional weight, finding freedom in the act of releasing the past. Through detachment, you also gain resilience. Life will always present challenges that have the potential to knock us off balance, whether it's the loss of a job, a broken relationship, or unexpected difficulties. However, with emotional detachment, you build an inner strength that allows you to face these challenges without losing your sense of self. You become adaptable, able to flow with life's ups and downs, knowing that your inner peace remains intact regardless of external circumstances. In your professional life, detachment can help you avoid burnout. Emotional attachment to work often stems from a need for achievement, recognition, or control over outcomes. While ambition and dedication are valuable, becoming emotionally tied to your work can lead to stress, anxiety, and exhaustion. By practicing emotional detachment, you maintain a healthy relationship with your career, giving your best effort without letting failures or successes define your worth. Detachment also fosters greater creativity. When we are too emotionally attached to a specific outcome, we often narrow our focus, limiting our ability to think outside the box. But when we detach from the pressure to succeed or meet expectations, we allow ourselves the freedom to explore new ideas, take risks, and approach challenges with an open mind. Creativity thrives in an environment of emotional freedom. The practice of emotional detachment is also essential for mental clarity. When we are emotionally attached, our minds can become cluttered with worry, fear, or obsessive thoughts. Detachment clears this mental clutter, allowing us to focus on what truly matters. With a clear mind, we can approach life with a sense of purpose and direction, free from the distractions of emotional turmoil. Detachment is a powerful tool for cultivating patience. Emotional attachment often leads to impatience because we want things to happen a certain way and within a certain time frame. When we detach, we let go of the need to control outcomes, allowing life to unfold at its own pace. This patience brings a sense of calm and acceptance, reducing stress and anxiety. In romantic relationships, detachment can help create a more balanced and harmonious dynamic. Often, emotional attachment can lead to possessiveness or jealousy, which strains the relationship. By practicing emotional detachment, you allow your partner the freedom to be themselves, without feeling the need to control or monitor their actions. This creates a space for mutual respect and deeper connection. The beauty of emotional detachment is that it empowers you to focus on the present moment. When we are emotionally attached, we are often preoccupied with the past or anxious about the future. Detachment brings your attention to the here and now, allowing you to fully experience and appreciate life as it happens. This presence is where true peace is found. Emotional detachment also enhances your ability to communicate effectively. When we are emotionally attached to the outcome of a conversation, especially during conflict, we often become defensive or reactive. Detachment allows you to approach discussions with an open mind, listening without the need to be right or to control the other person's response. This fosters healthier, more constructive communication. In social situations, detachment can help you manage the pressure to conform to others' expectations. Emotional attachment to fitting in or being liked can lead you to compromise your values or feel stressed in social settings. When you detach from the need for approval, you can be yourself, enjoying social interactions without feeling the weight of others' judgments. Detachment also allows you to maintain perspective. When we are emotionally attached, small problems can feel overwhelming. By detaching, you see challenges for what they are: temporary, manageable, and often less significant than they initially appear. This perspective brings a sense of calm and reduces unnecessary stress. As you cultivate emotional detachment, you'll also notice an increase in your emotional intelligence. Detachment doesn't mean ignoring emotions. It means understanding them without being ruled by them. This awareness allows you to better understand your own emotional responses and those of others, leading to more empathetic and thoughtful interactions. When we are emotionally attached, we often react to life with fear of loss, rejection, or failure. Detachment liberates you from this fear because your peace is no longer tied to external outcomes. You come to trust that, regardless of what happens, you have the inner strength to handle it. This confidence frees you from the constant worry about what might go wrong. Detachment also helps you let go of the need for perfection. Many people struggle with emotional attachment to achieving perfect results in their work, relationships, or personal life. This attachment creates stress and disappointment. Detachment allows you to appreciate the process and accept imperfections without losing your sense of self-worth. Another benefit of emotional detachment is that it promotes humility. When we are emotionally attached to our opinions or achievements, we can become overly defensive or prideful. Detachment reminds us that everything is temporary and that true strength comes from accepting that we don't have control over everything. This humility fosters a deeper connection to ourselves and others. Through detachment, you also experience a greater sense of freedom in decision-making. Emotional attachment often clouds our judgment, leading us to make choices based on fear, guilt, or obligation. When you detach, your decisions come from a place of clarity and alignment with your values, rather than from external pressures or emotional influences. Emotional detachment also promotes self-reliance. When you are detached from the need for external validation, you stop looking to others for answers. Instead, you turn inward, trusting your own wisdom and judgment. This self-reliance builds confidence and reduces the anxiety that often accompanies seeking approval from others. As you continue practicing detachment, you'll notice that your relationships become more fulfilling. Without the weight of emotional dependence, you're able to connect with others from a place of strength, not need. This creates healthier, more balanced relationships, where both parties are free to grow and support each other without emotional entanglement. Detachment is also essential in the practice of acceptance. Life is unpredictable, and often things don't go as planned. When you are emotionally attached, these deviations can feel devastating. But through detachment, you learn to accept life as it comes, finding peace in the knowledge that you can't control everything, but you can control how you respond. In moments of conflict, detachment allows you to approach the situation with calmness rather than being swept up in emotional reactions. This calm presence helps de-escalate tensions and allows for more productive resolutions. It also protects your inner peace, preventing you from becoming overly invested in the outcome of the disagreement. Detachment also helps you navigate disappointment with grace. When things don't go the way you hoped, instead of spiraling into frustration or sadness, you can acknowledge the outcome, learn from it, and move forward without emotional baggage. This resilience is a key aspect of inner peace. As you embrace emotional detachment, you begin to see how it enhances your overall well-being. Free from the constant push and pull of emotional attachment, you feel lighter, more centered, and more in control of your life. Inner peace is no longer a fleeting feeling, but a state of being that you can carry with you, no matter what comes your way. Detachment also allows you to cultivate deeper self-awareness. Without the distractions of emotional dependency, you can explore your inner world more fully, gaining insights into your thoughts, feelings, and motivations. This self-awareness strengthens your emotional intelligence and deepens your sense of self-understanding. In the face of life's inevitable changes, detachment becomes your anchor. Whether it's the end of a relationship, a career transition, or personal growth, emotional detachment helps you navigate these changes with acceptance and grace. You no longer fear change because your sense of peace comes from within, not from external circumstances. Ultimately, emotional detachment leads to a profound sense of inner peace. By freeing yourself from the emotional ups and downs that come with attachment, you create space for clarity, balance, and joy. This inner peace allows you to live a life of purpose, free from the distractions of emotional turmoil and fully aligned with your truest self. With the deep sense of inner peace that emotional detachment brings, there is an even greater force that elevates your journey: self-reliance. When you cultivate self-reliance, you're no longer at the mercy of external influences, but instead, you develop the ability to depend solely on yourself for emotional stability, strength, and fulfillment. This shift is where the real power lies, when you no longer need others to define your worth or happiness, but can stand firm, rooted in your own resilience and self-assurance. Stoicism teaches that everything you need to thrive already exists within you. You are capable, complete, and resilient enough to face the challenges of life without seeking constant reassurance from others. The moment you realize this, something profound changes. You stop looking outward for solutions and instead start looking within. This inner shift opens up a whole new level of freedom where you realize that emotional dependence is not necessary for your survival or happiness. Self-reliance begins with the understanding that your thoughts, beliefs, and actions are your own responsibility. No one else can think for you, feel for you, or act on your behalf. This might sound daunting at first, but it is incredibly empowering. When you accept this truth, you take full ownership of your life. You no longer wait for others to validate your feelings or tell you what to do. Instead, you cultivate your own inner compass, guiding yourself through life with confidence and clarity. A key component of self-reliance is trusting your own judgment. Too often, people look to others for approval before making decisions, afraid of making mistakes or being judged. But when you build self-reliance, you learn to trust your instincts and your ability to make sound choices. This doesn't mean you won't seek advice from others, but it does mean that the final decision is yours, and you stand by it without needing anyone else's approval. With self-reliance, you also develop the courage to face challenges head-on. Emotional dependence often arises from a fear of failure or rejection, leading you to seek comfort from others rather than relying on your own strength. But when you embrace self-reliance, you understand that you have the capacity to handle whatever comes your way. Challenges no longer seem overwhelming because you trust that you can find solutions within yourself. This courage to face life's uncertainties builds a deep, unshakable confidence. Another powerful aspect of self-reliance is the ability to meet your own emotional needs. Many people look to others to provide them with comfort, love, or reassurance. While relationships are important, relying on others to fulfill your emotional needs creates dependency. Self-reliance teaches you to nurture yourself emotionally, finding solace, peace, and contentment within. You learn to be your own source of comfort, reducing the need for external validation or emotional support. As you cultivate self-reliance, you also develop resilience. Life is unpredictable, and there will always be moments of difficulty, loss, or disappointment. But self-reliance ensures that you bounce back from these setbacks stronger than before. You understand that while external circumstances may change, your inner strength remains constant. This resilience not only helps you navigate challenges, but also enhances your ability to thrive in any situation. Self-reliance also transforms your relationships. When you are emotionally dependent on others, it's easy to place unrealistic expectations on them, expecting them to fill voids or solve problems for you. This often leads to frustration and disappointment. But when you rely on yourself, you bring a sense of wholeness into your relationships. You are no longer seeking someone to complete you, but instead you are fully present, capable of giving and receiving love without strings attached. With self-reliance comes the freedom to live authentically. You no longer need to conform to societal expectations or seek approval from others. You live according to your values, making decisions based on what aligns with your true self, not what others expect of you. This authenticity fosters a sense of liberation as you shed the need for external validation and embrace your individuality with confidence. Another benefit of self-reliance is the ability to take control of your own happiness. Emotional dependence often leads to the belief that happiness is something that others provide or that external circumstances dictate. But through self-reliance, you discover that happiness is an inside job. You learn to create your own joy, whether it's through pursuing your passions, practicing gratitude, or simply enjoying the present moment. This internal source of happiness is stable, unaffected by the ups and downs of life. Self-reliance also helps you cultivate a sense of purpose. When you rely on others for direction, it's easy to lose sight of your own goals and aspirations. But when you develop self-reliance, you take the time to explore what truly matters to you. You set your own goals and work toward them with determination, knowing that you have the ability to create the life you want. This sense of purpose brings a deep sense of fulfillment and direction. Another powerful element of self-reliance is the ability to manage your emotions without external help. While it's natural to seek support during tough times, relying solely on others to regulate your emotions can create dependence. Self-reliance teaches you to process and manage your emotions on your own, whether through mindfulness, journaling, or self-reflection. You become your own emotional caretaker, which strengthens your emotional resilience and independence. With self-reliance, you also become more adaptable. Life is full of unexpected changes, and those who rely too heavily on others often struggle to adjust. But when you are self-reliant, you trust in your ability to handle whatever life throws your way. You become more flexible, able to adapt to new circumstances without feeling lost or overwhelmed. This adaptability is a key trait of emotional independence. Another significant aspect of self-reliance is developing problem-solving skills. When you are emotionally dependent, it's easy to turn to others to solve your problems for you. But self-reliance encourages you to take ownership of your challenges and find solutions on your own. This builds confidence in your abilities and empowers you to tackle problems head-on, knowing that you have the tools and resources within yourself to overcome them. Self-reliance also fosters independence of thought. When you rely on others for guidance, it's easy to adopt their opinions and beliefs without critically examining them. But self-reliance encourages you to think for yourself, to question assumptions, and to form your own perspectives. This independence of thought strengthens your sense of self and allows you to live more authentically, free from the need to conform to others' views. With self-reliance, you also learn the importance of self-discipline. Emotional dependence often leads to impulsive behavior, driven by the need for immediate gratification or external validation. But self-reliance teaches you to practice self-discipline, to delay gratification, and to make decisions based on long-term goals rather than short-term desires. This discipline helps you stay focused on what truly matters, leading to greater success and fulfillment. Self-reliance also encourages you to take responsibility for your own actions. When you are emotionally dependent, it's easy to blame others for your problems or failures. But self-reliance teaches you to take ownership of your life, acknowledging that you are responsible for your choices and their consequences. This sense of responsibility empowers you to make better decisions and to take control of your own destiny. With self-reliance, you also develop a stronger sense of self-respect. When you rely on others for validation, your self-worth becomes tied to their opinions of you. But when you cultivate self-reliance, you learn to respect yourself for who you are, regardless of what others think. This self-respect fosters a deep sense of confidence and inner peace, allowing you to navigate life with assurance and grace. Another key benefit of self-reliance is the ability to set boundaries. Emotional dependence often leads to blurred boundaries, where you allow others to dictate your emotions or take advantage of your time and energy. But self-reliance teaches you to set clear, healthy boundaries that protect your emotional well-being. You learn to say no when necessary and to prioritize your own needs without feeling guilty or obligated to please others. Self-reliance also helps you develop a growth mindset. When you rely on others, it's easy to become complacent, believing that they will always be there to solve your problems. But self-reliance encourages you to take an active role in your own growth and development. You become committed to learning, improving, and evolving, knowing that you have the ability to achieve your goals through your own efforts. Another powerful aspect of self-reliance is the ability to embrace solitude. Emotional dependence often leads to a fear of being alone, as we seek constant companionship to avoid facing our own thoughts and feelings. But self-reliance teaches you to find peace and contentment in your own company. You learn to enjoy solitude as a time for reflection, growth, and self-discovery, free from the need for external distractions. With self-reliance, you also develop greater emotional resilience. Life will inevitably throw challenges your way, but when you rely on yourself, you build the strength to bounce back from adversity. You no longer need others to pick you up when you fall. Instead, you trust in your own ability to rise again, stronger and more determined than before. This resilience is a key component of emotional independence. Self-reliance also enhances your ability to take risks. When you are emotionally dependent, the fear of failure or rejection often holds you back from pursuing your dreams. But when you rely on yourself, you become more willing to take risks, knowing that you have the inner strength to handle any outcome. This willingness to step out of your comfort zone leads to greater opportunities for growth, success, and fulfillment. With self-reliance, you also develop a stronger sense of personal accountability. You no longer rely on others to motivate you or keep you on track. Instead, you take responsibility for your own actions and progress. This accountability empowers you to stay focused on your goals and to take consistent, purposeful action toward achieving them. Self-reliance also teaches you the value of self-care. When you are emotionally dependent, it's easy to neglect your own needs in favor of others. But self-reliance encourages you to prioritize your well-being, recognizing that you are responsible for your own happiness and health. This commitment to self-care fosters a deeper sense of self-love and inner peace. With self-reliance, you also develop a greater sense of gratitude. You no longer take things for granted because you understand the effort and resilience required to achieve your goals. This gratitude extends to yourself as you appreciate your own strength and determination in overcoming challenges and building the life you want. Self-reliance also helps you cultivate a sense of inner peace. When you rely on yourself, you are no longer tossed about by the opinions or actions of others. You find stability within, knowing that you have the power to create your own happiness and navigate life's challenges with grace and strength. This inner peace allows you to approach life with calm and confidence, free from the emotional ups and downs that come with dependence. As you continue to develop self-reliance, you'll notice a profound shift in how you experience the world. You'll feel more grounded, more confident, and more capable of handling whatever comes your way. Self-reliance isn't about isolating yourself or refusing help from others. It's about recognizing that your strength, resilience, and happiness come from within. And with that realization, you free yourself from the chains of emotional dependence, stepping into a life of true freedom, peace, and fulfillment. As self-reliance strengthens your inner foundation, a crucial next step is to break free from the subtle but powerful need for external validation and approval. The reliance on others to affirm your worth is one of the most persistent sources of emotional dependence. Many people spend their lives chasing approval, hoping that others will reflect back a sense of value they struggle to find within themselves. But Stoic philosophy teaches that true validation comes from living in alignment with your own values, not from the fleeting opinions of others. Seeking approval from others often traps you in a cycle of insecurity and uncertainty. The praise you receive might feel good temporarily, but it's fragile, based on circumstances that can change without warning. You might feel on top of the world one moment, only to feel rejected or diminished the next. Stoicism, however, offers an alternative, finding inner strength by letting go of the need for constant reassurance from others. When you stop relying on others for validation, you start to realize that your worth is inherent. It doesn't fluctuate based on external feedback, nor does it depend on the judgments of those around you. You are enough simply because you exist, and your value is not something that needs to be proven. This is a liberating truth, and it creates space for you to live authentically without worrying about how others perceive you. A key principle in Stoicism is understanding what is within your control and what is not. Other people's opinions, reactions, and judgments fall squarely into the category of things you cannot control. You have no power over how others view you, nor should you give their opinions so much weight that they dictate how you feel about yourself. Instead, by focusing on what you can control, your actions, thoughts, and responses, you reclaim the power that you've been handing over to others. Another trap of seeking external approval is that it can lead you to compromise your values. In trying to please everyone or avoid criticism, you may find yourself bending to others' expectations, even when they don't align with who you truly are. Over time, this can erode your sense of self, leaving you feeling disconnected from your own identity. Stoicism teaches that inner peace comes from living according to your principles, not from constantly adjusting yourself to meet the expectations of others. When you stop seeking validation from others, you also begin to trust your own judgment more deeply. Often, the need for approval stems from a lack of confidence in your own decisions or abilities. But when you learn to validate yourself, you no longer wait for others to tell you that you're on the right path. You know, deep within, that you are capable of making wise choices, and that even when you make mistakes, you have the strength to learn and grow from them. Breaking free from the need for external validation also allows you to develop healthier relationships. When you rely on others for your sense of worth, you may unconsciously put pressure on them to provide constant reassurance. This dynamic can create tension and strain, as no one person can fulfill that role indefinitely. By validating yourself, you release this pressure, allowing your relationships to thrive based on mutual respect and genuine connection, rather than on a need for constant approval. Another benefit of no longer seeking external validation is that you become more resilient in the face of criticism. When your sense of self-worth is tied to what others think, criticism can feel devastating. But when you validate yourself, you are able to view feedback objectively, considering it without letting it shake your core. You can take what is useful and let go of what isn't, all while maintaining your sense of inner peace. When you stop relying on others for approval, you also free yourself from the exhausting habit of people-pleasing. Trying to make everyone happy often leads to sacrificing your own needs and desires. It's a path that leads to burnout, resentment, and a loss of self. By stepping away from the need for approval, you can focus on what truly matters to you, making decisions that honor your own well-being without feeling guilty or selfish. Another layer of freedom comes when you realize that you don't need others' approval to feel loved or accepted. Love and acceptance begin with how you treat yourself. When you approve of who you are, with all your strengths and imperfections, you stop chasing validation from others. This self-acceptance creates a solid foundation for experiencing love in its truest form, without conditions or expectations. As you cultivate self-validation, you also develop a stronger sense of purpose. Seeking approval from others can scatter your focus, pulling you in different directions as you try to meet everyone's expectations. But when you validate yourself, you align your actions with your own values and goals. This clarity of purpose helps you stay true to yourself, regardless of external opinions. When you break free from the need for external validation, you become more authentic. Often, the desire for approval leads people to wear masks, presenting themselves in ways they believe will be accepted by others. But Stoicism encourages you to live in alignment with your true self, without fear of judgment. The more you embrace your authenticity, the more you attract genuine connections, as people are drawn to your honesty and integrity. Another benefit of self-validation is that it reduces anxiety. The constant need for approval creates a state of tension as you worry about how others perceive you or whether you're meeting their expectations. By letting go of this need, you free yourself from this worry. You become more at ease with who you are, and you stop second-guessing your every move based on how others might react. In professional settings, learning to stop relying on others for validation can boost your confidence and success. When you constantly seek approval from colleagues or superiors, you may hesitate to take risks or propose new ideas for fear of rejection. But when you validate yourself, you approach your work with confidence, knowing that your contributions have value, regardless of whether they are immediately recognized by others. Another key to breaking free from the need for validation is practicing self-compassion. Often, the desire for approval stems from a fear of not being good enough. But when you treat yourself with kindness and compassion, you begin to see that you are already worthy without needing anyone else to confirm it. Self-compassion allows you to embrace your imperfections and mistakes, knowing that they don't define your value. When you stop relying on others for validation, you also gain the freedom to pursue your passions without fear of judgment. Too often, people hold back from pursuing their true interests because they worry about what others might think. But when you validate yourself, you follow your passions with confidence, knowing that your happiness comes from doing what you love, not from seeking approval. Breaking free from the need for approval also helps you develop a stronger sense of resilience in the face of failure. When you rely on others for validation, failure can feel like a blow to your self-worth. But when you validate yourself, failure becomes a learning experience rather than a source of shame. You understand that failure is a natural part of growth, and you trust in your ability to bounce back and keep moving forward. As you stop seeking external validation, you also become more grounded in the present moment. The need for approval often pulls you out of the present as you worry about how others are perceiving you or replay conversations in your mind. By letting go of this need, you free yourself to fully engage with the present, enjoying life as it unfolds without the distraction of seeking constant affirmation. Another aspect of freeing yourself from the need for approval is learning to embrace uncertainty. Often, the desire for validation stems from a fear of the unknown. Will others approve of my choices? Will they support my decisions? But Stoicism teaches that uncertainty is a natural part of life. When you stop seeking approval, you learn to trust in your own ability to navigate uncertainty, confident that you can handle whatever comes your way. When you no longer seek validation from others, you also become more open to growth and change. External validation often keeps you stuck in a comfort zone, afraid to try new things for fear of failure or rejection. But when you validate yourself, you become more willing to take risks, knowing that your self-worth doesn't depend on the outcome. This openness to growth leads to greater opportunities for personal and professional development. As you break free from the need for external approval, you also develop a stronger sense of gratitude. Instead of constantly seeking affirmation, you begin to appreciate the small moments of life that bring joy and fulfillment. Gratitude shifts your focus from seeking validation to finding contentment in the present, allowing you to experience life with greater peace and satisfaction. Letting go of the need for approval also strengthens your ability to handle rejection. Rejection is an inevitable part of life, but when your self-worth is tied to others' opinions, rejection can feel devastating. By validating yourself, you develop the resilience to handle rejection with grace, understanding that it doesn't diminish your value or worth. Another important benefit of breaking free from the need for validation is that it allows you to become more decisive. When you rely on others for approval, decision-making can become paralyzed by fear of judgment or criticism. But when you validate yourself, you make decisions with confidence, trusting in your own judgment and ability to handle the consequences. When you stop seeking external validation, you also cultivate a greater sense of inner peace. The constant chase for approval creates a state of tension and anxiety as you strive to meet others' expectations. But when you let go of this need, you find peace in knowing that you are enough, just as you are. This inner peace becomes a source of strength, allowing you to navigate life with calm and confidence. As you cultivate self-validation, you also develop a deeper sense of fulfillment. When your worth is tied to others' approval, you may achieve success or recognition, but it often feels hollow or temporary. But when you validate yourself, your sense of fulfillment comes from within, based on living in alignment with your values and pursuing your true passions. This internal fulfillment is lasting, unaffected by external opinions. Another powerful aspect of self-validation is that it frees you from the pressure of perfectionism. The need for external validation often drives people to strive for perfection, fearing that any mistake will lead to rejection or criticism. But when you validate yourself, you embrace your imperfections, knowing that they don't define your worth. This freedom from perfectionism allows you to take risks, make mistakes, and grow without fear of judgment. When you no longer seek validation from others, you also develop a greater sense of personal empowerment. You realize that you are in control of your own life and that your happiness and success are not dependent on external approval. This sense of empowerment gives you the confidence to pursue your goals, take bold action, and live a life that is true to yourself. As you break free from the need for validation, you also become more attuned to your own inner wisdom. Often, the desire for approval drowns out your inner voice, leading you to make choices based on others' expectations rather than your own intuition. But when you stop seeking validation, you reconnect with your inner guidance, trusting in your own wisdom to lead you in the right direction. Letting go of the need for approval also allows you to develop a deeper sense of self-worth. Instead of relying on others to affirm your value, you begin to see that your worth is intrinsic. It doesn't come from external sources, but from within. This self-worth is unshakable, unaffected by the opinions or judgments of others. As you stop relying on others for validation, you also become more compassionate toward yourself and others. The need for approval often leads to harsh self-judgment and comparison as you strive to meet unrealistic standards. But when you validate yourself, you cultivate self-compassion, recognizing that you are worthy of love and acceptance just as you are. This compassion extends to others as you become more understanding and less judgmental of their struggles and imperfections. Ultimately, breaking free from the need for validation and approval allows you to live a life of true freedom. You are no longer bound by the expectations or opinions of others. Instead, you live in alignment with your own values, confident in your worth and capable of navigating life's challenges with grace and strength. This freedom is the foundation of emotional independence and inner peace. Having let go of the need for external validation, you're now left with an incredible opportunity to uncover a deeper, more powerful truth: your own inner strength. Stoicism teaches that true strength does not come from external circumstances or the support of others. It comes from within, from the resilience and fortitude that you carry deep inside. When you embrace this strength, you become unshakable, capable of navigating even the most challenging moments in life with calm and determination. This journey is about finding that unyielding power and learning how to harness it in every aspect of your life. Finding strength within yourself starts with recognizing that you have more control over your emotional and mental state than you might realize. The Stoics taught that external events don't disturb us. It's our interpretation of those events that causes distress. This shift in perspective is key. By understanding that your inner response is what truly matters, you begin to see how much power you already have. No matter what life throws at you, the strength to remain calm, grounded and focused is always within reach. This inner strength is built through self-mastery, the ability to regulate your thoughts and emotions rather than being ruled by them. It's easy to let anger, frustration or fear take over in difficult moments, but Stoicism teaches you to pause, reflect, and choose how you respond. This control over your own reactions is where true strength lies. It's not about suppressing emotions, but about mastering them so they don't control your actions or cloud your judgment. Another key element of finding strength within is understanding the Stoic principle of accepting what you cannot control. So much of our suffering comes from resisting reality, wishing things were different, or trying to control the uncontrollable. But real strength is found in the ability to let go of what's outside your control and focus solely on what you can change: your own actions, thoughts, and responses. This acceptance is not passive. It's an active, courageous way of engaging with the world. When you accept that you cannot control everything, you begin to cultivate resilience. Life will inevitably bring challenges, but Stoicism teaches that it's not the hardships themselves that define you, it's how you respond to them. Strength isn't found in avoiding difficulty, but in facing it head-on, knowing that you have the inner resources to overcome whatever comes your way. This resilience is what allows you to keep moving forward, even in the face of adversity. Another source of inner strength comes from embracing discomfort. Stoicism encourages you to step outside of your comfort zone, to face challenges rather than shy away from them. Each time you do this, you build resilience and fortitude, proving to yourself that you can handle more than you thought. This willingness to engage with difficulty rather than avoid it strengthens your character and prepares you for even greater challenges in the future. Stoicism also teaches the importance of discipline in cultivating inner strength. Discipline is about staying committed to your values and goals, even when it's difficult. It's easy to take the path of least resistance, but real strength is found in choosing what's right over what's easy. Each time you practice discipline, whether it's in your thoughts, actions, or habits, you reinforce your inner resolve and strengthen your ability to face life's challenges with grace. At the heart of inner strength is the ability to stand firm in your values, regardless of external pressures. The world will always try to pull you in different directions, tempting you to compromise your principles for the sake of convenience or approval. But Stoicism teaches that true strength comes from living in alignment with your values, no matter the cost. This integrity builds a sense of inner peace and confidence that cannot be shaken by external circumstances. Finding strength within yourself also means cultivating patience. In a world that often demands instant results, the ability to be patient and trust in the process is a rare but powerful form of strength. Stoicism teaches that growth, success, and healing take time, and rushing the process only leads to frustration. By developing patience, you strengthen your ability to endure challenges without losing hope or becoming overwhelmed by the obstacles in your path. Another crucial aspect of inner strength is self-trust. Many people struggle to trust their own judgment, relying on others to make decisions for them or guide them through tough times. But Stoicism teaches that the answers you seek are already within you. When you trust yourself, you stop second-guessing your choices and learn to move forward with confidence. This self-trust builds an unshakable foundation of inner strength that allows you to face any challenge with clarity and assurance. A major component of Stoic strength is the ability to maintain perspective. When you are overwhelmed by a problem, it's easy to feel powerless. But Stoicism teaches you to step back and view challenges in the broader context of your life. This shift in perspective helps you realize that most problems are temporary and manageable. By maintaining this bigger picture view, you cultivate the strength to remain calm in the face of adversity and focus on solutions rather than getting lost in worry or fear. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of taking responsibility for your own happiness. Many people place their happiness in the hands of others or external circumstances, believing that they need certain things or people to feel fulfilled. But true strength is found in realizing that your happiness comes from within, not from outside sources. By taking responsibility for your own emotional well-being, you reclaim your power and build a sense of inner contentment that isn't reliant on anything or anyone else. Another form of inner strength comes from the practice of gratitude. In Stoicism, gratitude is not just about appreciating the good things in life. It's about recognizing that everything, both the challenges and the joys, serves a purpose in your growth. By cultivating gratitude, even for difficulties, you build the strength to face life with a sense of acceptance and resilience. This mindset allows you to remain grounded and optimistic, even in the face of hardship. Finding strength within also involves letting go of the need for perfection. The pursuit of perfection often leads to frustration, disappointment, and self-criticism. But Stoicism teaches that perfection is not the goal, progress is. By focusing on doing your best, rather than trying to be perfect, you relieve yourself of the pressure to meet impossible standards and instead embrace the strength that comes from growth and learning. Stoicism also encourages you to embrace solitude as a source of strength. Many people fear being alone, equating solitude with loneliness or isolation. But in Stoicism, solitude is seen as an opportunity to reconnect with yourself, to reflect, and to find peace within. By learning to be comfortable in your own company, you build inner strength and independence, knowing that you don't need others to validate your worth or fill your emotional needs. Another form of inner strength comes from embracing vulnerability. Stoicism teaches that true strength is not about being invulnerable or immune to hardship. Instead, it's about acknowledging your vulnerabilities and facing them with courage. When you accept that you are human, with flaws and weaknesses, you build the strength to confront your fears and grow from them, rather than hiding behind a facade of invincibility. Stoicism also teaches the value of humility in cultivating inner strength. True strength is not found in arrogance or the need to prove yourself to others. It's found in the quiet confidence of knowing your own worth without needing to boast or seek recognition. Humility allows you to remain open to learning, growth, and improvement, knowing that there is always more to discover about yourself and the world around you. Another source of strength comes from the Stoic practice of focusing on the present moment. Many people weaken themselves by dwelling on the past or worrying about the future, but Stoicism teaches that the only moment you truly have control over is the present. By staying present and fully engaged with what is happening right now, you build the strength to handle challenges as they arise without being distracted by regrets or anxieties. In Stoicism, strength also comes from the ability to forgive, not just others, but yourself. Holding on to resentment or guilt weakens your spirit and keeps you trapped in the past. But forgiveness allows you to release the emotional burdens that weigh you down and move forward with a sense of peace and freedom. This ability to forgive, even when it's difficult, is a powerful form of inner strength that frees you from the chains of the past. Another key element of inner strength is the ability to adapt to change. Life is constantly in flux, and resisting change only creates stress and frustration. Stoicism teaches that strength comes from embracing change with an open mind and a willingness to grow. By becoming adaptable, you develop the resilience to navigate life's twists and turns without losing your sense of self or becoming overwhelmed by uncertainty. Stoicism also encourages you to cultivate a mindset of self-reliance. While it's important to seek support from others when needed, relying too heavily on external sources for guidance or validation can weaken your sense of independence. By learning to rely on yourself and trust in your own abilities, you build the strength to face challenges with confidence, knowing that you have the inner resources to handle whatever comes your way. Another source of strength within is the ability to remain calm under pressure. Stoicism teaches that emotional reactions often cloud our judgment and lead to poor decision-making. By cultivating calmness in the face of stress or adversity, you build the strength to think clearly and act wisely, even in difficult situations. This calmness is a hallmark of inner strength and allows you to approach life's challenges with grace and composure. Stoicism also teaches that strength is found in living a life of purpose. When you have a clear sense of purpose and direction, you are less likely to be swayed by distractions or setbacks. Your purpose becomes a guiding force that keeps you grounded and focused, even when life feels chaotic. By living with purpose, you build the strength to persevere through difficulties, knowing that your efforts are aligned with something meaningful. Finding strength within also involves embracing the concept of impermanence. In Stoicism, nothing is permanent, neither success nor failure, joy nor sorrow. By accepting the impermanence of all things, you build the strength to navigate life's ups and downs without becoming attached to outcomes. This acceptance allows you to remain steady, knowing that everything is temporary and that you have the inner strength to weather any storm. Another powerful form of inner strength is the ability to let go of control. Many people weaken themselves by trying to control every aspect of their lives, but Stoicism teaches that true strength is found in letting go of what you cannot control. By surrendering to the flow of life and trusting in your ability to adapt, you build the strength to face uncertainty with confidence and ease. Stoicism also encourages you to find strength in service to others. While inner strength is often seen as a solitary pursuit, Stoicism teaches that true strength comes from using your abilities to help those around you. By serving others with kindness, empathy, and generosity, you strengthen your own character and build a sense of purpose that transcends your individual needs. Another source of inner strength is the ability to remain hopeful in the face of adversity. Stoicism teaches that hope is not about blind optimism, but about trusting in your ability to endure and overcome challenges. By cultivating hope, even in difficult times, you build the strength to keep moving forward, knowing that there is always the possibility for growth, healing, and transformation. In Stoicism, strength is also found in the practice of gratitude. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you build the strength to face life with a sense of abundance and contentment. Gratitude shifts your perspective from scarcity to sufficiency, allowing you to see the richness of life, even in its challenges. Another key element of inner strength is the ability to remain flexible in your thinking. Stoicism teaches that rigid thinking weakens your ability to adapt to new circumstances or challenges. By cultivating flexibility in your mindset, you build the strength to approach problems from different angles, finding creative solutions and remaining open to new possibilities. Finally, Stoicism teaches that true inner strength comes from living a life of integrity. When your actions are aligned with your values, you build a sense of inner peace and confidence that cannot be shaken by external circumstances. This integrity is the foundation of inner strength, allowing you to navigate life's challenges with a sense of purpose, resilience, and unwavering commitment to what matters most. With a deep sense of inner strength firmly established, the next step is to apply practical techniques to overcome emotional attachment. Emotional attachment, while a natural human experience, often binds us in ways that prevent us from finding true freedom and peace. Stoicism offers a path to release ourselves from these attachments, enabling us to engage with life, relationships, and circumstances without being weighed down by emotional entanglements. Letting go of attachments does not mean detachment from joy or love. Rather, it means engaging with the world in a way that leaves us empowered, not dependent. One of the most effective Stoic techniques for overcoming emotional attachment is the practice of negative visualization. This involves contemplating the loss of things or people we hold dear, not to induce sadness, but to prepare our minds for the inevitable changes of life. When we imagine life without the things we are attached to, we train our minds to accept the possibility of their loss with calmness and clarity. This practice creates emotional resilience, allowing us to enjoy what we have without becoming dependent on its permanence. Another Stoic technique is the dichotomy of control. It's about recognizing what is within our control and what is not. Often, emotional attachment stems from the desire to control outcomes, people, or situations. By consistently reminding yourself that you cannot control external events, only your response to them, you loosen the grip of emotional attachment. Focusing on your actions and letting go of the need to control everything else is a powerful way to reclaim your emotional freedom. Stoicism also encourages practicing self-discipline in how we form attachments. Emotional attachment often grows out of indulgence, whether it's over-relying on a person for support or becoming too attached to material comforts. By exercising self-discipline, we can gradually reduce our dependence on external sources of emotional gratification. This doesn't mean rejecting joy or love, but learning to experience these things without becoming overly reliant on them for our happiness. Detaching from outcomes is another essential Stoic practice. Emotional attachment often centers on expectations, how we want things to unfold, or how we wish people would behave. Stoicism teaches us to engage fully with life's process while detaching from the results. This means doing your best in every situation, but accepting whatever outcome occurs. When you stop tying your emotions to a specific result, you free yourself from the constant cycle of hope and disappointment. Another powerful Stoic technique is to practice gratitude while remaining aware of impermanence. When we appreciate the things and people in our lives, it's easy to become attached to the idea that they will always be there. But Stoicism teaches that everything is temporary, and this awareness makes our gratitude more profound. Instead of clinging to what we love, we learn to cherish it in the moment, knowing that change is inevitable. This mindset allows us to let go without bitterness when the time comes for things to end. The Stoics also practiced mindfulness of death, known as memento mori. By reflecting on the fact that life is finite, we can overcome emotional attachment to things that don't ultimately matter. When you remind yourself that time is limited, trivial attachments lose their power over you. This practice fosters a deeper focus on what truly matters, living with integrity, purpose, and in alignment with your values. Reframing is another practical Stoic technique. When faced with emotional attachment to a person or situation, instead of seeing it as something you can't live without, reframe it as something temporary, something that enriches your life but isn't essential to your happiness. This mental shift helps reduce the intensity of emotional dependency and allows you to experience life with more balance and peace. Stoicism also teaches the importance of self-reflection in overcoming emotional attachment. Regularly examining your thoughts and feelings can reveal where you formed attachments that are holding you back. By becoming aware of these attachments, you can begin to consciously release them. Self-reflection helps you detach from things that drain your energy or create emotional turbulence, allowing you to focus on what brings true fulfillment. Another technique is practicing voluntary discomfort. By occasionally denying yourself comforts you're attached to, you train your mind and body to live without them. This strengthens your resilience and reduces your dependence on external sources of comfort. Whether it's fasting, taking cold showers, or reducing your reliance on technology, these small acts of discomfort teach you that you are stronger than your attachments. Stoicism also advocates for the practice of equanimity. This is the ability to remain calm and composed in both good and bad times, without becoming overly attached to either. When you practice equanimity, you learn to navigate life's highs and lows without letting them dictate your emotional state. This balance helps you maintain inner peace, regardless of external circumstances, weakening the hold that attachments have over you. Another essential Stoic technique is focusing on virtue. When you base your sense of worth on external things, whether it's a person, a job, or material possessions, you make yourself vulnerable to emotional attachment. But when you shift your focus to developing inner virtues like wisdom, courage, and kindness, you find strength within yourself. This inner focus reduces the need for external validation or attachment because your fulfillment comes from within. Learning to accept the nature of others is another powerful way to overcome emotional attachment. Often, we become attached to the idea of changing people or expecting them to behave in certain ways. Stoicism teaches that we must accept others as they are, without trying to mold them to fit our desires. This acceptance allows you to love and care for people without becoming emotionally dependent on their actions or approval. Practicing presence is another Stoic technique. Emotional attachment often pulls us into the future, worrying about losing something or someone. By focusing on the present moment, you can fully engage with life as it is, rather than clinging to what might be. Being present reduces anxiety and helps you enjoy relationships, experiences, and possessions without forming attachments that create emotional turmoil. Stoicism also teaches that we should engage with the world through action, not attachment. Instead of becoming emotionally entangled in outcomes or people's reactions, take purposeful action aligned with your values. When you focus on action rather than attachment, you free yourself from the need for specific results or approval. This approach allows you to contribute meaningfully to life without being weighed down by emotional dependency. Another important technique is the practice of mental resilience. By regularly challenging yourself to face difficulties, you build the strength to handle emotional attachments with greater ease. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of building this resilience through practice, as it prepares you to handle both loss and success with balance. This inner strength diminishes the grip of attachments because you trust your ability to thrive, no matter what happens. Stoicism also teaches that simplicity is key to overcoming emotional attachment. The more complex and entangled your life becomes with possessions, relationships, or desires, the harder it is to let go. By simplifying your life, you reduce the number of things that can create emotional dependence. Simplicity allows you to focus on what truly matters, removing unnecessary distractions that lead to attachment. Another technique is practicing the art of letting go. Stoicism teaches that everything in life is borrowed, and at some point, we must return what we have, whether it's possessions, relationships, or experiences. By regularly practicing the mental act of letting go, you train yourself to release attachments with grace when the time comes. This doesn't mean you don't care, but that you acknowledge the temporary nature of all things. Stoicism also encourages cultivating self-sufficiency. Emotional attachment often arises when we rely too heavily on others for our happiness or sense of self-worth. By developing self-sufficiency, you become less dependent on external sources for emotional support. This doesn't mean isolating yourself, but learning to fulfill your own needs and find contentment within, reducing the need for attachment to others. Another important Stoic practice is indifference to externals. Stoicism teaches that external things, whether they are possessions, status, or even relationships, are not inherently good or bad. It's our attachment to them that creates suffering. By cultivating indifference to externals, you free yourself from emotional dependence on things that are beyond your control. This indifference fosters a sense of peace, as you are no longer bound by the need to possess or control external circumstances. Another effective Stoic technique for overcoming emotional attachment is focusing on your purpose. When you are deeply connected to your purpose or calling, attachments to trivial things lose their hold on you. Stoicism teaches that when you live with a sense of purpose, your focus shifts from seeking comfort or validation to fulfilling your potential. This purpose-driven mindset reduces emotional attachment to fleeting pleasures and external approval. One of the most powerful Stoic techniques is practicing contentment with what you have. Instead of constantly striving for more, whether it's material wealth, status, or emotional security, Stoicism teaches the value of being content with the present. When you practice contentment, emotional attachment to things you don't have starts to dissolve. You find peace in the present moment, knowing that what you have is enough. Another Stoic practice is to view challenges as opportunities for growth. Emotional attachment often stems from a fear of hardship or loss, but Stoicism reframes difficulties as essential for personal growth. By seeing challenges in this light, you become less attached to comfort and security, knowing that discomfort is a part of the process of becoming stronger and wiser. Detaching from the need for praise is another Stoic technique that helps overcome emotional attachment. Many people become attached to the approval of others, constantly seeking validation through praise. But Stoicism teaches that true worth comes from within. By letting go of the need for external recognition, you build inner confidence, reducing emotional dependence on what others think of you. Another key Stoic technique is the regular practice of reflection at the end of each day. By reviewing your thoughts, actions, and emotional responses, you gain insight into where attachments may have formed. This daily reflection allows you to catch emotional dependencies early and work on releasing them before they take hold. This ongoing practice strengthens your ability to remain emotionally independent and grounded. Stoicism also encourages developing emotional awareness. By paying attention to your emotional triggers, you can identify where attachments have formed. Emotional awareness allows you to pause and reflect on whether your attachment is serving you or holding you back. With this awareness, you can consciously choose to release attachments that no longer align with your values or purpose. Another Stoic practice is fostering the mindset of abundance. Emotional attachment often comes from a place of scarcity, the fear that you won't have enough or that you'll lose something valuable. But when you cultivate an abundant mindset, you trust that life will continue to provide, and that even if you lose something, you have the resources to thrive. This abundance mindset reduces emotional attachment and fosters a sense of peace and confidence. Stoicism also teaches the importance of practicing kindness without attachment. Often, emotional attachments form in relationships because we expect something in return for our kindness. But Stoicism teaches that true kindness is given freely, without the need for reciprocation. When you practice kindness without attachment, you experience the joy of giving without becoming emotionally dependent on the other person's response. Another Stoic technique for overcoming emotional attachment is practicing self-compassion. Emotional attachment often stems from a sense of inadequacy or fear of being alone. But when you practice self-compassion, you learn to give yourself the love and care you seek from others. This reduces emotional dependence on external sources of validation and helps you cultivate a deep sense of inner peace. Stoicism also encourages the practice of adaptability. Emotional attachment often arises when we resist change or cling to the way things used to be. By cultivating adaptability, you learn to flow with life's changes rather than fighting against them. This flexibility helps you release attachments to the past and embrace new possibilities with an open heart and mind. Another Stoic practice is focusing on progress, not perfection. Emotional attachment often comes from a desire to control outcomes and achieve perfect results. But Stoicism teaches that progress is more important than perfection. When you focus on growth and learning, you become less attached to specific outcomes and more engaged in the process itself, reducing emotional dependence on achieving certain results. Stoicism also teaches the value of practicing patience. Emotional attachment often leads to impatience when things don't happen as quickly as we'd like. But patience is a form of strength that helps you endure challenges without becoming emotionally attached to immediate results. By practicing patience, you learn to trust the timing of life and release the need to force things to happen. Another Stoic technique is the practice of silence. Emotional attachment often manifests through overthinking or over-talking about a situation. By practicing silence, you give yourself space to process emotions without becoming overwhelmed by them. This quiet reflection helps you detach from emotional turbulence and find a sense of calm and clarity within. Stoicism also teaches the importance of resilience in overcoming emotional attachment. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity without being broken by it. By cultivating resilience, you build the strength to face loss, disappointment, or hardship without becoming emotionally dependent on the things you once held on to. This resilience is key to maintaining emotional independence in the face of life's challenges. Another key Stoic practice is embracing uncertainty. Emotional attachment often arises from a fear of the unknown, but Stoicism teaches that uncertainty is a natural part of life. By accepting uncertainty, you let go of the need to control everything, which weakens emotional attachment to specific outcomes or expectations. This acceptance of life's unpredictability brings a deep sense of peace and freedom. Stoicism also encourages cultivating a mindset of gratitude for life's challenges. Emotional attachment often comes from a desire to avoid difficulty or discomfort. But when you practice gratitude for challenges, you see them as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles to avoid. This mindset shift helps you let go of attachments to comfort and embrace the journey of personal development. Finally, Stoicism teaches that true freedom comes from letting go. Emotional attachment is often rooted in a fear of loss, but Stoicism reminds us that everything in life is temporary. By practicing the art of letting go, you free yourself from the emotional chains that hold you back, opening yourself up to a life of peace, purpose, and emotional independence. Having learned the techniques to overcome emotional attachment, the next crucial step is to reclaim your personal power by letting go of emotional dependence. Emotional dependence weakens you by placing your sense of well-being in the hands of others or external circumstances. Stoicism teaches that true power comes from within, and by releasing your reliance on others for emotional support or validation, you regain control over your own life. This journey is about breaking free from the invisible chains that have kept you bound and stepping into a place of strength where your emotions are no longer dictated by outside forces. Letting go of emotional dependence begins with recognizing how much of your power has been given away. Often, we depend on others for our happiness, self-worth, or sense of security, unaware of how much this drains us. Stoicism reminds us that real strength comes from autonomy, from taking back the reins of our emotional life. The moment you acknowledge that no one else can make you feel whole or complete, you begin the process of reclaiming your power. One of the most significant ways to reclaim your power is through self-reliance. Stoicism teaches that we must learn to depend on ourselves for emotional support and strength. While it's natural to seek comfort from others during difficult times, relying on them for your emotional stability gives away your control. By developing the ability to self-soothe and manage your emotions independently, you take back the power you've given to others, becoming emotionally stronger and more resilient. A key Stoic principle in letting go of emotional dependence is understanding that the only true control you have is over your own mind and actions. Many people fall into emotional dependence by trying to control or influence how others think, behave, or feel. But this is a losing battle because others are outside of your control. By focusing solely on what you can control, your reactions, decisions, and attitudes, you reclaim the power that was wasted on trying to manage things beyond your reach. Another essential aspect of reclaiming your power is developing emotional resilience. Emotional dependence often leaves you vulnerable to the actions and opinions of others, making you feel fragile and easily hurt. Stoicism teaches that building resilience is the key to strengthening your emotional foundation. Through resilience, you learn to face challenges, setbacks, and even rejection without losing your sense of self. This resilience empowers you to stand firm, even when life doesn't go as planned, because you've learned to rely on your inner strength, not external validation. In order to fully let go of emotional dependence, you must also let go of the need for approval. Stoicism emphasizes that seeking validation from others weakens your autonomy and places your happiness in their hands. When you stop seeking approval and instead focus on living in accordance with your own values, you regain the power to define your worth on your terms. This independence frees you from the emotional highs and lows that come from chasing others' approval. Another way to reclaim your power is by setting firm boundaries. Emotional dependence often arises when we fail to establish clear boundaries with others, allowing them to influence our emotional state too easily. Stoicism teaches that boundaries are not just physical, but emotional as well. By clearly defining what you will and will not allow into your emotional space, you protect your inner peace and reclaim control over your emotional well-being. Letting go of emotional dependence also involves accepting that no one else is responsible for your happiness. Many people become emotionally dependent by expecting others, whether it's a partner, family member, or friend, to fulfill their emotional needs. But Stoicism teaches that your happiness is your own responsibility. By taking ownership of your emotions and well-being, you free yourself from the belief that others must meet your needs, and you empower yourself to create your own sense of contentment. Reclaiming your power also requires you to stop relying on external circumstances to dictate your emotional state. Stoicism teaches that the world is unpredictable, and placing your happiness in the hands of external events makes you vulnerable to disappointment. Instead, by focusing on cultivating inner peace and emotional balance, regardless of external outcomes, you take back control of your emotional life. This shift allows you to remain steady in the face of uncertainty and change. Another powerful step in letting go of emotional dependence is learning to be comfortable with solitude. Many people fear being alone because they associate it with loneliness or inadequacy. But Stoicism views solitude as an opportunity for self-reflection and growth. By learning to enjoy your own company and find peace within, you stop depending on others to fill emotional voids. This self-sufficiency is a cornerstone of reclaiming your personal power. Stoicism also encourages you to cultivate self-trust as a way to break free from emotional dependence. When you rely on others to make decisions for you or provide guidance, you give away your ability to trust your own instincts. By learning to listen to your inner voice and trust in your ability to navigate life's challenges, you reclaim the power to shape your own destiny. This self-trust strengthens your confidence and reduces the need to depend on others for direction. A critical part of reclaiming your power is releasing the fear of rejection. Emotional dependence often stems from a deep-seated fear of being rejected or abandoned by others. Stoicism teaches that rejection is a part of life, but it does not define your worth. By embracing the possibility of rejection without letting it shake your sense of self, you regain control over your emotions. You no longer live in fear of losing others because you trust in your own ability to thrive with or without their approval. Letting go of emotional dependence also means detaching from the past. Many people remain emotionally dependent because they are tied to past relationships, mistakes, or regrets. Stoicism teaches that the past is beyond our control and that holding on to it only weakens our present power. By releasing the emotional weight of the past, you free yourself to live fully in the present, reclaiming the power that was once tied to things you cannot change. Another essential practice for reclaiming your power is embracing change. Emotional dependence often thrives on the desire for things to remain the same, for relationships, circumstances, or people to never change. But Stoicism teaches that change is inevitable, and resisting it only leads to suffering. By accepting change as a natural part of life, you release your emotional grip on how things used to be and empower yourself to adapt to new realities with grace and strength. In the process of letting go of emotional dependence, it's also important to redefine success on your own terms. Many people become emotionally dependent by measuring their success based on society's standards or the opinions of others. Stoicism teaches that true success is found in living virtuously, according to your own values and principles. By defining success for yourself, you free yourself from the need to seek validation through external achievements, reclaiming the power to live life on your own terms. Another aspect of reclaiming your power is taking responsibility for your emotional reactions. Emotional dependence often arises when we blame others for how we feel, whether it's anger, sadness, or frustration. But Stoicism teaches that your emotional responses are within your control. By taking ownership of your emotions and choosing how to respond to life's challenges, you empower yourself to navigate difficult situations without being controlled by others. Stoicism also encourages embracing emotional independence by letting go of expectations. Many emotional dependencies are formed through unrealistic expectations of how others should behave or how life should unfold. By releasing these expectations, you free yourself from the constant disappointment that comes when things don't go as planned. This shift allows you to reclaim the power to find contentment in the present moment, without needing everything to align perfectly. A key element of reclaiming your power is learning to find joy in the present without being attached to future outcomes. Emotional dependence often leads to a fixation on future happiness, believing that you will only be happy when a certain person, event, or achievement comes into your life. But Stoicism teaches that joy is available to you now, regardless of what the future holds. By embracing the present moment and finding contentment in what is, you take back the power that was once lost to endless waiting and longing. Reclaiming your power also means stopping the habit of comparison. Emotional dependence often arises when we compare ourselves to others, believing that our worth is determined by how we measure up. Stoicism teaches that comparison is a trap that steals your peace and confidence. By focusing on your own path and progress, without comparing yourself to others, you reclaim the power to define your own worth based on your unique journey. Another step in letting go of emotional dependence is practicing detachment from outcomes. Stoicism teaches that while you can control your efforts, you cannot control the results. Emotional dependence often grows when we tie our self-worth or happiness to specific outcomes. By detaching from these results and focusing instead on the effort and process, you free yourself from the emotional highs and lows of success and failure, reclaiming the power to remain steady regardless of the outcome. In the journey of reclaiming your power, forgiveness plays a crucial role. Emotional dependence often lingers in the form of unresolved conflicts or grudges. Stoicism teaches that forgiveness is not about excusing others' behavior, but about freeing yourself from the emotional burden of resentment. By practicing forgiveness, you let go of the power that past hurts hold over you, reclaiming your emotional freedom and moving forward with a lighter heart. Another powerful way to reclaim your power is by embracing impermanence. Emotional dependence often stems from a desire to hold on to things, people, or situations forever. But Stoicism teaches that nothing in life is permanent. and by accepting this truth, you free yourself from the fear of loss. Embracing impermanence allows you to live with more freedom and peace, knowing that while everything changes, your inner strength remains constant. Letting go of emotional dependence also requires cultivating a sense of inner abundance. Many emotional dependencies arise from a mindset of lack, the belief that you are incomplete or insufficient without certain people or things in your life. But Stoicism teaches that you are already whole and complete, and that true fulfillment comes from within. By shifting your mindset from scarcity to abundance, you reclaim the power to feel complete on your own, without needing external sources of validation or comfort. Another key practice in reclaiming your power is learning to embrace failure. Emotional dependence often grows out of a fear of failure, leading people to rely on others to shield them from disappointment. But Stoicism teaches that failure is a natural part of growth, and that it does not diminish your worth. By accepting failure as a necessary step on the path to success, you reclaim the power to take risks and pursue your goals without fear of judgment or rejection. Reclaiming your power also involves letting go of the need to control others. Emotional dependence often leads to a desire to manipulate or control the actions of those around you in order to feel secure. But Stoicism teaches that you cannot control other people, and attempting to do so only weakens your emotional stability. By releasing the need to control others, you free yourself to focus on what you can control: your own thoughts, actions, and responses. Another important aspect of letting go of emotional dependence is embracing self-compassion. Emotional dependence often arises from harsh self-judgment or the belief that you are not enough on your own. But Stoicism teaches that you are worthy of love and acceptance just as you are. By practicing self-compassion, you reclaim the power to nurture yourself emotionally, reducing the need to seek validation or approval from others. Letting go of emotional dependence also means embracing your own strength and capability. Many people remain emotionally dependent because they doubt their ability to handle life's challenges on their own. But Stoicism teaches that you have all the resources you need within you. By believing in your own strength and resilience, you reclaim the power to face difficulties without relying on others to carry you through. Another way to reclaim your power is by embracing uncertainty. Emotional dependence often grows out of a desire for certainty and predictability, but life is inherently unpredictable. Stoicism teaches that true power comes from accepting uncertainty with grace, knowing that you have the inner strength to adapt to whatever comes your way. By letting go of the need for certainty, you free yourself from the anxiety of the unknown and reclaim the power to live fully in the present. Reclaiming your power also means recognizing your own value, regardless of others' opinions. Emotional dependence often leads to seeking validation from others to feel worthy or valued. But Stoicism teaches that your worth is inherent and not dependent on anyone else's approval. By affirming your own value and embracing your unique strengths, you reclaim the power to define your worth on your own terms. Another important practice in letting go of emotional dependence is embracing self-sufficiency. Emotional dependence often arises from the belief that you cannot thrive without certain people or external circumstances. But Stoicism teaches that you are capable of providing for your own emotional and mental needs. By cultivating self-sufficiency, you reclaim the power to take care of yourself, reducing the need to rely on others for happiness or fulfillment. In the journey of reclaiming your power, it's also essential to practice mindfulness. Emotional dependence often leads to living in a state of reactivity, where your emotions are dictated by external events or people's actions. Stoicism teaches that mindfulness, being fully present and aware of your thoughts and emotions, helps you regain control over your emotional state. By practicing mindfulness, you reclaim the power to choose your emotional responses rather than being controlled by external triggers. Reclaiming your power also involves learning to say no without guilt. Emotional dependence often leads to people-pleasing behaviors, where you sacrifice your own needs to avoid conflict or gain approval. But Stoicism teaches that your time, energy, and well-being are valuable, and it's okay to say no when something doesn't align with your values or needs. By setting healthy boundaries and saying no when necessary, you reclaim the power to prioritize your own well-being. Another important practice in letting go of emotional dependence is embracing gratitude. Emotional dependence often stems from a focus on what's missing or lacking in your life. But Stoicism teaches that by practicing gratitude for what you have, you shift your focus from scarcity to abundance. Gratitude helps you appreciate the present moment and reduces the emotional dependence on things or people to feel fulfilled. Letting go of emotional dependence also means embracing your own authenticity. Emotional dependence often leads to conforming to others' expectations or suppressing your true self to gain approval. But Stoicism teaches that true power comes from living authentically, in alignment with your values and principles. By embracing your authenticity, you reclaim the power to live as your true self, without needing to seek approval or acceptance from others. In reclaiming your power, it's also important to practice detachment from material possessions. Emotional dependence often extends to physical things, where your sense of security or identity is tied to what you own. Stoicism teaches that material possessions are temporary and should not define your worth. By detaching from the need for material validation, you reclaim the power to find fulfillment in who you are, not in what you have. Another way to reclaim your power is by embracing your capacity for growth and change. Emotional dependence often stems from a fixed mindset, the belief that you are stuck or limited in certain ways. But Stoicism teaches that you are constantly evolving and your potential is limitless. By embracing a growth mindset, you reclaim the power to shape your own life and break free from the limitations of emotional dependence. Finally, reclaiming your power requires embracing your own emotional independence. Emotional dependence often comes from the belief that you need others to complete or support you. But Stoicism teaches that true strength and fulfillment come from within. By cultivating emotional independence, you reclaim the power to thrive on your own, finding peace, contentment, and purpose without relying on external sources to fulfill your emotional needs. As you reclaim your power through emotional independence, a new kind of freedom emerges, the kind that allows you to live a life that is truly fulfilling. Emotional freedom is the ability to navigate life without being held back by the need for validation, attachment, or the fear of loss. Stoicism teaches that this freedom is the foundation of a life filled with purpose, peace, and genuine happiness. By releasing the emotional burdens that once weighed you down, you create space for joy, growth, and authentic connection. Emotional freedom is essential for living a fulfilling life because it allows you to act according to your values rather than being influenced by fear or external pressures. Many people live in a state of emotional dependence, constantly adjusting their actions to avoid rejection or gain approval. But when you achieve emotional freedom, you act from a place of inner conviction. This alignment between your actions and your values leads to a deeper sense of fulfillment because you are living in accordance with what truly matters to you. A key reason emotional freedom is vital to a fulfilling life is that it eliminates the constant need for validation from others. When you depend on others to feel good about yourself, your sense of self-worth becomes fragile, easily swayed by the opinions of those around you. Emotional freedom frees you from this dependence, allowing you to find confidence within. This inner confidence makes it easier to pursue your passions, take risks, and live authentically, all of which are necessary components of a fulfilling life. Emotional freedom also gives you the power to embrace challenges without being overwhelmed by fear. Life is full of uncertainties and obstacles, and emotional dependence often amplifies the fear of failure or rejection. But when you achieve emotional freedom, you trust in your ability to handle whatever comes your way. This trust allows you to face difficulties with resilience, knowing that your emotional state is not tied to external outcomes. This resilience is key to leading a life that is not limited by fear. Another reason emotional freedom is essential is that it helps you form healthier relationships. Emotional dependence often leads to expectations that others must fulfill your emotional needs, which can create tension and dissatisfaction in relationships. But when you are emotionally free, you enter relationships from a place of wholeness, not need. This fosters deeper, more authentic connections, as you are no longer seeking something from others to complete you, but rather sharing your life from a place of abundance. With emotional freedom, you also gain the ability to experience life fully in the present. Emotional dependence often keeps you tied to past regrets or future anxieties, preventing you from fully engaging with the moment at hand. Stoicism teaches that the present is the only time we truly have control over, and emotional freedom allows you to make the most of it. By letting go of the emotional baggage from the past and fears about the future, you open yourself to the richness of the present, finding fulfillment in even the simplest moments. Emotional freedom also cultivates a sense of inner peace that is essential for a fulfilling life. When you are no longer driven by external forces, whether it's the need for approval, fear of rejection, or attachment to specific outcomes, you find a sense of calm that is unshakable. This peace allows you to move through life with grace, even in the face of challenges. It is this inner stillness that allows you to savor life's joys without becoming attached to them, and to weather its difficulties without becoming consumed by them. Another reason emotional freedom is key to fulfillment is that it allows you to pursue your passions without fear of judgment. Many people hold back from following their true calling because they fear what others will think or say. Emotional dependence keeps them stuck in a cycle of hesitation and self-doubt. But when you are emotionally free, you no longer seek others' approval, and you are free to follow your heart. This freedom to live according to your passions leads to a life that is rich in purpose and satisfaction. Emotional freedom also gives you the strength to embrace uncertainty. Life is unpredictable, and many people cling to the illusion of control through emotional attachments and expectations. But Stoicism teaches that uncertainty is inevitable, and emotional freedom allows you to face it with courage rather than fear. When you are emotionally free, you no longer need to control every outcome or predict every future event. Instead, you find peace in the present and trust your ability to adapt to whatever comes next. With emotional freedom, you also gain the ability to let go of grudges and past hurts, which are often a source of emotional entanglement. Holding on to resentment or anger keeps you trapped in a cycle of emotional dependence as you remain tied to the actions of others. Emotional freedom allows you to release these negative emotions, freeing yourself to live without the weight of past pain. This forgiveness and release are essential to living a fulfilling life, as they create space for joy, love, and new experiences. Another reason emotional freedom is crucial is that it allows you to live with integrity. When you are emotionally dependent on others, you may find yourself compromising your values or actions to gain approval or avoid conflict. But Stoicism teaches that true fulfillment comes from living in alignment with your principles, regardless of others' opinions. Emotional freedom empowers you to make choices based on what is right for you, not on what others expect. And this authenticity leads to a deeper sense of fulfillment. Emotional freedom also enhances your ability to appreciate life's fleeting moments without becoming attached to them. In a state of emotional dependence, it's easy to cling to the things that bring you joy, fearing that they will slip away. But Stoicism teaches that everything in life is temporary, and emotional freedom allows you to enjoy these moments without holding on to them. This ability to experience joy without attachment brings a sense of liberation and fulfillment as you learn to appreciate life's beauty without the need to possess it. With emotional freedom, you also become more adaptable in the face of change. Emotional dependence often leads to resistance to change, as people fear losing what they are attached to. But life is constantly evolving, and Stoicism teaches that true fulfillment comes from embracing change with openness and curiosity. Emotional freedom allows you to adapt to new circumstances without losing your sense of self or becoming overwhelmed by loss. This adaptability is key to living a life that is rich in growth and new experiences. Emotional freedom also fosters a sense of gratitude that is essential for a fulfilling life. When you are no longer emotionally dependent on specific outcomes or people, you begin to appreciate what you have in the present moment. Gratitude becomes a natural state of being, as you are no longer focused on what is missing or what could go wrong. This gratitude deepens your connection to life and allows you to find fulfillment in even the smallest blessings. Another reason emotional freedom is vital to fulfillment is that it enables you to pursue personal growth without fear of failure. Emotional dependence often leads to a fear of stepping outside your comfort zone, as failure or rejection can feel like a blow to your self-worth. But emotional freedom gives you the courage to take risks, knowing that your worth is not tied to the outcome. This willingness to grow and learn is essential for living a life that is constantly evolving and improving. Emotional freedom also allows you to engage in relationships from a place of wholeness, not need. In emotionally dependent relationships, there is often an unspoken expectation that the other person must fulfill your emotional needs. But when you are emotionally free, you approach relationships with a sense of fullness, knowing that your happiness does not depend on the other person. This freedom leads to healthier, more balanced relationships, where both individuals are free to grow and thrive without emotional entanglements. Another benefit of emotional freedom is that it allows you to embrace solitude without fear. Many people equate being alone with loneliness, and they become emotionally dependent on others to avoid these feelings. But Stoicism teaches that solitude is an opportunity for self-reflection, growth, and inner peace. Emotional freedom allows you to enjoy your own company, finding fulfillment in moments of quiet and introspection. This ability to be alone without feeling lonely is a powerful aspect of living a fulfilling life. Emotional freedom also enhances your ability to handle disappointment with grace. In a state of emotional dependence, disappointment can feel overwhelming as your happiness is tied to specific outcomes. But Stoicism teaches that disappointment is a natural part of life, and emotional freedom allows you to accept it without losing your sense of balance. This acceptance frees you from the emotional turbulence that often accompanies unmet expectations, allowing you to move forward with resilience and peace. With emotional freedom, you also gain the ability to set boundaries without guilt. Emotional dependence often leads to difficulty setting boundaries, as you may fear rejection or conflict. But Stoicism teaches that setting healthy boundaries is essential for protecting your emotional well-being. Emotional freedom empowers you to say no when necessary, knowing that your worth is not dependent on pleasing others. This ability to set boundaries fosters a sense of self-respect and allows you to live a life that honors your needs and values. Another reason emotional freedom is essential is that it helps you develop a deeper sense of self-awareness. Emotional dependence often clouds your ability to see yourself clearly, as you are constantly seeking validation or approval from others. But emotional freedom allows you to turn inward, cultivating a deeper understanding of your own thoughts, feelings, and desires. This self-awareness is the foundation of a fulfilling life, as it enables you to make choices that are aligned with your true self. Emotional freedom also allows you to pursue your goals with greater clarity and focus. When you are emotionally dependent on others or specific outcomes, your goals may become muddled by fear, doubt, or the need for approval. But emotional freedom clears away these distractions, allowing you to pursue your ambitions with confidence and determination. This clarity of purpose leads to greater success and fulfillment, as you are no longer held back by emotional entanglements. Another benefit of emotional freedom is that it enhances your ability to experience joy without attachment. Emotional dependence often leads to a fear of losing the things that bring you happiness, which can diminish your ability to fully enjoy them. But Stoicism teaches that joy is most profound when it is experienced in the moment, without clinging to it. Emotional freedom allows you to savor life's pleasures without becoming attached to them, bringing a sense of lightness and fulfillment to your everyday experiences. With emotional freedom, you also gain the ability to navigate life's transitions with ease. Emotional dependence often makes it difficult to move through major life changes, as you may feel attached to the way things were. But Stoicism teaches that change is a natural and inevitable part of life, and emotional freedom allows you to embrace these transitions with grace. This ability to adapt and grow through life's changes is essential for living a fulfilling life that is constantly evolving. Another reason emotional freedom is key to fulfillment is that it allows you to cultivate compassion for yourself and others. Emotional dependence often leads to harsh self-judgment or resentment toward others when expectations are not met. But emotional freedom fosters a sense of compassion, as you recognize that everyone, including yourself, is doing their best. This compassion allows you to let go of grudges, forgive yourself for past mistakes, and build deeper, more meaningful connections with others. Emotional freedom also empowers you to live with greater authenticity. In a state of emotional dependence, you may feel pressured to conform to others' expectations or suppress your true self to gain approval. But Stoicism teaches that authenticity is the key to living a fulfilling life. Emotional freedom allows you to embrace who you truly are without fear of judgment or rejection. This authenticity leads to a deeper sense of fulfillment, as you are living in alignment with your true self. Another benefit of emotional freedom is that it allows you to approach life's challenges with a sense of curiosity rather than fear. Emotional dependence often leads to a fear-based approach to challenges, where you avoid risks to protect yourself from disappointment. But Stoicism teaches that challenges are opportunities for growth and learning. Emotional freedom allows you to face challenges with curiosity, knowing that they are a natural part of life's journey and that they can help you become stronger and wiser. With emotional freedom, you also gain the ability to enjoy relationships without becoming attached to specific outcomes. Emotional dependence often leads to a desire for control over how relationships unfold, which can create tension and disappointment. But emotional freedom allows you to engage in relationships with an open heart, without needing a specific outcome to feel fulfilled. This openness fosters healthier, more harmonious connections, as you are free to enjoy the relationship without the pressure of attachment. Emotional freedom also allows you to find meaning in life's struggles. In a state of emotional dependence, struggles may feel like obstacles to your happiness. But Stoicism teaches that struggles are an essential part of the human experience and that they can bring growth, wisdom, and resilience. Emotional freedom allows you to find meaning in these challenges, seeing them as opportunities to strengthen your character and deepen your understanding of life. This perspective brings a sense of fulfillment, even in the face of adversity. Another reason emotional freedom is essential is that it allows you to live without regret. Emotional dependence often keeps you tied to the past, as you may dwell on mistakes, missed opportunities, or unfulfilled expectations. But Stoicism teaches that the past is beyond your control, and that living in the present is the key to a fulfilling life. Emotional freedom allows you to release regret and focus on the here and now, where true happiness and fulfillment are found. Emotional freedom also enhances your ability to practice gratitude. When you are emotionally dependent on specific outcomes or people, it can be difficult to appreciate what you have in the present moment. But emotional freedom allows you to experience gratitude for life's simple pleasures without needing more to feel content. This gratitude fosters a sense of abundance and fulfillment, as you recognize that you already have everything you need to live a rich and meaningful life. With emotional freedom, you also gain the ability to let go of perfectionism. Emotional dependence often leads to a desire for everything to be perfect, whether it's in relationships, career, or personal achievements. But Stoicism teaches that perfection is an illusion and that true fulfillment comes from embracing imperfections. Emotional freedom allows you to release the need for perfection and find contentment in the messy, imperfect beauty of life. Another reason emotional freedom is key to living a fulfilling life is that it fosters a sense of purpose. In a state of emotional dependence, your purpose may become clouded by the need for approval, attachment, or fear. But emotional freedom clears away these distractions, allowing you to focus on what truly matters to you. This sense of purpose brings clarity, direction, and deep fulfillment as you are living in alignment with your values and passions. Emotional freedom also allows you to live with greater joy and spontaneity. Emotional dependence often leads to overthinking, as you may second-guess your decisions or worry about others' opinions. But emotional freedom gives you the confidence to act with spontaneity, knowing that your happiness is not dependent on external approval. This sense of freedom allows you to experience life's joys with an open heart, without the need for constant reassurance. Finally, emotional freedom is essential for living a life of true fulfillment because it allows you to be fully present for yourself and others. In a state of emotional dependence, you may be preoccupied with worries, attachments, or expectations, which can prevent you from fully engaging with life. But emotional freedom frees you from these distractions, allowing you to be present in each moment. This presence deepens your connection to yourself, others, and the world around you, creating a life that is rich in meaning, love, and fulfillment. Having embraced emotional freedom as the foundation for a fulfilling life, the next step is learning how to protect that freedom through strong emotional boundaries. Stoicism teaches that without clear boundaries, your emotional well-being can become vulnerable to external influences, leaving you at the mercy of others' actions, words, or moods. Emotional boundaries are essential for preserving your inner peace, self-respect, and personal power. They allow you to engage with the world without losing yourself in the process, and they serve as a safeguard against emotional entanglement. Building strong emotional boundaries begins with self-awareness. The Stoics emphasize the importance of knowing yourself, your values, your limits, and your needs. Without this awareness, it's easy to let others overstep your boundaries or to overextend yourself emotionally. By cultivating self-awareness, you gain clarity about what you will and will not tolerate, allowing you to establish firm boundaries that protect your emotional space. One of the most powerful aspects of Stoic philosophy is the understanding that you cannot control others, only your own reactions. Emotional boundaries are rooted in this principle. When you recognize that others' behavior is beyond your control, you stop trying to change or influence them. Instead, you focus on controlling your response and protecting your emotional well-being. This shift in perspective helps you maintain strong boundaries, as you are no longer dependent on others to respect your emotional space. Another key to building strong emotional boundaries is learning to say no without guilt. Many people struggle with setting boundaries because they fear rejection or conflict. But Stoicism teaches that your well-being is more important than others' opinions. By saying no when necessary, you assert your right to protect your emotional health. This ability to set limits without feeling guilty is a critical part of maintaining boundaries that are both firm and healthy. Emotional boundaries also involve recognizing when you are being pulled into others' emotional turmoil. Stoicism teaches that empathy and compassion are important, but not at the cost of your own emotional stability. Building strong boundaries means understanding when to offer support and when to step back to protect yourself. You are not responsible for fixing others' problems, and by maintaining this boundary, you preserve your emotional energy for what truly matters. Stoicism encourages detachment from external validation, and this detachment is key to building strong emotional boundaries. When you rely on others for validation, you are more likely to compromise your boundaries to please them. But when you find validation within, you no longer need to bend your boundaries to gain approval. This inner confidence allows you to hold firm to your emotional limits, even in the face of pressure or criticism. Another important aspect of building emotional boundaries is practicing emotional self-regulation. Stoicism teaches that your emotions are within your control, and building strong boundaries means taking responsibility for how you manage your emotional responses. By practicing techniques such as mindfulness and reflection, you strengthen your ability to regulate your emotions without being influenced by external forces. This self-regulation is essential for maintaining emotional boundaries, as it prevents you from being swayed by others' emotional states. Boundaries are also about maintaining your sense of self in relationships. Emotional boundaries ensure that you do not lose yourself in the needs or expectations of others. Stoicism teaches the importance of maintaining your identity and autonomy, even in close relationships. By setting clear boundaries, you protect your sense of self, allowing you to engage in relationships without becoming enmeshed or emotionally dependent. Another crucial aspect of building strong emotional boundaries is learning to detach from drama. Stoicism teaches that getting involved in unnecessary conflict or emotional drama only drains your energy and disrupts your peace. By setting boundaries that keep you out of such situations, you maintain your emotional balance. You recognize that not every battle is worth fighting, and by choosing to disengage from drama, you protect your emotional well-being. Emotional boundaries also help you navigate difficult conversations with grace and composure. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of responding to challenges with calm and reason rather than reacting emotionally. By maintaining clear boundaries, you ensure that you can engage in tough conversations without becoming overwhelmed or defensive. These boundaries create a space where you can express yourself clearly without being emotionally swayed by others. Another benefit of strong emotional boundaries is that they foster respect in relationships. When you set clear limits, you teach others how to treat you. Stoicism teaches that self-respect is foundational to living a virtuous life, and boundaries are an expression of that respect. By asserting your emotional boundaries, you create relationships that are built on mutual respect, where your emotional needs are valued and honored. Building strong emotional boundaries also involves releasing the need for control over others' opinions or behavior. Stoicism teaches that trying to control others is futile and only leads to frustration. Emotional boundaries help you accept that others are entitled to their thoughts and actions, even if you disagree. This acceptance frees you from the emotional turmoil that comes with trying to change others and allows you to focus on maintaining your own emotional health. Another key to building emotional boundaries is practicing discernment in your relationships. Stoicism teaches that not everyone deserves access to your emotional world. By setting boundaries, you choose who you allow into your life and how deeply they can affect you. This discernment helps you protect your emotional energy and ensures that you invest in relationships that are healthy and supportive. Stoicism also emphasizes the importance of emotional detachment from outcomes. Strong emotional boundaries prevent you from becoming overly invested in specific outcomes, whether in relationships, work, or personal goals. By detaching from outcomes, you free yourself from the emotional highs and lows that come with attachment. This detachment allows you to maintain your boundaries without being swayed by disappointment or external success. Another essential practice in building emotional boundaries is learning to recognize when you are emotionally overextended. Stoicism teaches that balance is key to living a virtuous life, and emotional boundaries help you maintain that balance. When you overextend yourself emotionally, whether by taking on too much responsibility for others or by neglecting your own needs, you risk burnout and emotional exhaustion. Boundaries help you pull back and restore balance, ensuring that you have the emotional resources to care for yourself and others. Emotional boundaries also involve protecting your time and energy. Stoicism teaches that time is one of our most valuable resources, and boundaries help you guard that time against unnecessary demands. By setting limits on how much time and energy you give to others, you ensure that you have enough for yourself. This practice is essential for maintaining emotional well-being and avoiding the depletion that comes from overcommitting. Another benefit of strong emotional boundaries is that they help you cultivate emotional independence. Stoicism teaches that true strength comes from within, and boundaries help you rely on yourself for emotional support rather than depending on others. This independence fosters a sense of self-reliance, where you trust in your ability to manage your emotions and maintain your well-being without external validation. Emotional boundaries also protect you from manipulation. Stoicism teaches the importance of seeing through others' tactics and not allowing yourself to be swayed by emotional manipulation. By maintaining strong boundaries, you recognize when someone is trying to manipulate your emotions, and you can disengage from their influence. This protection allows you to stay true to yourself and avoid being controlled by others. Another key to building emotional boundaries is practicing assertiveness. Stoicism teaches that assertiveness is about standing up for your values without aggression or passivity. Emotional boundaries require you to assert your needs and limits clearly and respectfully. This assertiveness ensures that your boundaries are understood and respected by others, preventing emotional overreach. Strong emotional boundaries also help you navigate rejection with grace. Stoicism teaches that rejection is a natural part of life and should not define your worth. Boundaries protect you from taking rejection personally, allowing you to maintain your self-esteem and emotional balance. This resilience ensures that you can move forward without being emotionally derailed by the opinions or actions of others. Another important practice in building emotional boundaries is managing your expectations of others. Stoicism teaches that unrealistic expectations often lead to disappointment and frustration. By setting realistic expectations and maintaining boundaries, you protect yourself from emotional pain when others do not meet your ideals. This practice helps you maintain emotional balance and ensures that you engage with others from a place of acceptance rather than expectation. Emotional boundaries also involve protecting your inner peace from external negativity. Stoicism teaches that you cannot control the negativity of others, but you can control how much you allow it to affect you. By setting boundaries, you shield yourself from toxic influences that drain your energy and disrupt your peace. This protection allows you to remain emotionally centered, even in the face of external negativity. Another benefit of strong emotional boundaries is that they help you maintain clarity in your decision-making. Stoicism teaches that decisions should be made with reason and virtue, not emotional impulse. Boundaries prevent you from making decisions based on others' emotions or expectations, allowing you to think clearly and choose what is best for you. This clarity leads to better choices and a life that is aligned with your values. Building emotional boundaries also requires self-compassion. Stoicism teaches that while we should strive for self-improvement, we must also treat ourselves with kindness. Emotional boundaries help you avoid self-criticism and emotional overload by ensuring that you do not take on more than you can handle. This self-compassion allows you to maintain your emotional well-being and recover from setbacks without harsh judgment. Another aspect of building strong emotional boundaries is practicing emotional detachment from conflict. Stoicism teaches that conflict is inevitable, but how you respond to it is within your control. Emotional boundaries help you engage in conflict without being overwhelmed by emotions. By maintaining your boundaries, you can address issues calmly and rationally without letting conflict disrupt your emotional balance. Emotional boundaries also protect you from absorbing others' emotions. Stoicism teaches that while empathy is important, you should not allow others' emotions to dictate your own. By setting boundaries, you ensure that you can offer support without being emotionally overwhelmed by someone else's feelings. This protection allows you to remain compassionate without losing your emotional stability. Another key to building strong emotional boundaries is practicing self-discipline. Stoicism teaches that self-discipline is essential for controlling your emotions and maintaining your boundaries. By developing the discipline to say no, set limits, and enforce your boundaries, you protect your emotional well-being from external pressures. This practice strengthens your ability to remain focused on what is important to you, rather than being swayed by others. Emotional boundaries also help you protect your mental health. Stoicism teaches that mental clarity and peace are essential for a fulfilling life, and boundaries are a key part of maintaining that clarity. By setting limits on what you allow into your mental space, whether it's negative thoughts, toxic relationships, or stressful situations, you protect your mental health. This protection ensures that your mind remains a space of peace and reflection, free from unnecessary stress. Another benefit of emotional boundaries is that they foster emotional resilience. Stoicism teaches that life is full of challenges, but how you respond to those challenges determines your emotional strength. By maintaining strong boundaries, you build the resilience to face difficulties without being overwhelmed. This resilience allows you to bounce back from setbacks and maintain your emotional balance in the face of adversity. Building emotional boundaries also requires accepting that you cannot please everyone. Stoicism teaches that seeking to please others at the expense of your own well-being leads to frustration and exhaustion. By setting boundaries, you protect yourself from the need to constantly accommodate others. This practice allows you to prioritize your own needs without feeling guilty, ensuring that you maintain emotional balance and well-being. Another important practice in building emotional boundaries is recognizing when to walk away. Stoicism teaches that not every situation or relationship is worth your emotional investment. By setting boundaries, you gain the clarity to recognize when it is time to let go of situations that no longer serve you. This ability to walk away protects your emotional health and allows you to invest your energy in what truly matters. Emotional boundaries also help you maintain focus on your personal growth. Stoicism teaches that self-improvement is a lifelong journey, and boundaries are essential for staying on that path. By protecting your emotional space from distractions and negative influences, you create room for personal growth. This focus on growth ensures that you continue to evolve and improve, free from the emotional entanglements that hold you back. Another benefit of strong emotional boundaries is that they enhance your ability to practice gratitude. Stoicism teaches that gratitude is essential for a fulfilling life, but emotional dependence on others can cloud your ability to appreciate what you have. By setting boundaries, you protect yourself from emotional turmoil and create space for gratitude to flourish. This practice allows you to focus on the positive aspects of your life, fostering a deeper sense of contentment. Building emotional boundaries also involves releasing the need for perfection. Stoicism teaches that striving for perfection often leads to frustration and disappointment. By setting boundaries, you protect yourself from the unrealistic demands of perfectionism. This practice allows you to embrace your imperfections and focus on progress rather than perfection, leading to a healthier and more balanced emotional life. Emotional boundaries also help you maintain your sense of purpose. Stoicism teaches that living with purpose is essential for a fulfilling life, and boundaries ensure that you remain focused on that purpose. By protecting your emotional energy from distractions and unnecessary commitments, you stay aligned with your goals. This alignment ensures that you continue to move forward on your path, free from the emotional entanglements that can lead you astray. Another key aspect of building emotional boundaries is practicing forgiveness. Stoicism teaches that holding on to resentment only harms you, not the person who wronged you. By setting boundaries, you protect yourself from the emotional weight of holding grudges. This practice of forgiveness allows you to release negative emotions and move forward with a lighter heart, free from the emotional burdens of the past. Emotional boundaries also help you protect your sense of joy. Stoicism teaches that joy comes from within, but emotional dependence on others can diminish that joy. By setting boundaries, you protect your emotional space from negativity and stress, allowing your joy to flourish. This practice ensures that you can experience joy in the present moment without being overshadowed by external influences. Building emotional boundaries also involves learning to trust yourself. Stoicism teaches that self-trust is essential for living a virtuous life, and boundaries help you develop that trust. By setting limits and standing firm in your decisions, you build confidence in your ability to protect your emotional well-being. This self-trust allows you to navigate life with greater ease, knowing that you have the strength to maintain your boundaries and protect your emotional health. Another benefit of emotional boundaries is that they help you maintain perspective. Stoicism teaches that keeping a broader perspective on life's challenges helps you avoid becoming emotionally overwhelmed. Boundaries help you step back from situations that threaten your emotional balance, allowing you to see the bigger picture. This perspective ensures that you can navigate challenges with clarity and composure, free from the emotional entanglements that cloud your judgment. Emotional boundaries also help you practice patience. Stoicism teaches that patience is a key virtue, but emotional dependence often leads to impatience with others or situations. By setting boundaries, you protect yourself from the emotional turbulence that comes with impatience. This practice allows you to remain calm and composed, even in difficult situations, fostering a sense of peace and emotional stability. Finally, emotional boundaries are essential for living a life of integrity. Stoicism teaches that living in alignment with your values is the foundation of a fulfilling life. Boundaries help you protect your values by ensuring that you do not compromise your principles for the sake of others. This integrity allows you to live with a sense of purpose, knowing that you are staying true to yourself and protecting your emotional well-being. Having built strong emotional boundaries that protect your peace and well-being, the next vital step is to cultivate inner strength by eliminating emotional dependence. Stoicism teaches that true strength comes from within, and by releasing emotional dependence on others, you unlock the power to navigate life with resilience and confidence. Emotional dependence weakens your inner resolve, making your happiness contingent on the actions and approval of others. By letting go of this dependence, you develop a deep sense of self-reliance and an unshakable foundation of strength that cannot be easily disrupted. Developing inner strength through Stoicism begins with self-mastery. Emotional dependence often stems from a lack of control over your reactions and desires. Stoic practices encourage you to take charge of your emotions, understanding that you have the power to choose how you respond to external events. This control builds inner strength as you learn to remain calm and centered even in the face of adversity. The more you practice self-mastery, the less you rely on others for emotional stability and the stronger you become. One of the most powerful tools for eliminating emotional dependence is the practice of detachment from outcomes. Stoicism teaches that while you can control your actions, you cannot control the results. Emotional dependence often arises from the need for specific outcomes to validate your efforts or worth. By detaching from these outcomes, you free yourself from the emotional highs and lows that accompany success or failure. This detachment strengthens your inner resolve as you learn to focus on what you can control, your own efforts and attitude, rather than being swayed by external results. Another key aspect of developing inner strength is the Stoic practice of embracing discomfort. Emotional dependence often leads to avoidance of difficult emotions or situations, seeking comfort in others to ease the discomfort. But Stoicism teaches that true strength is forged through facing challenges head-on. By embracing discomfort, whether it's fear, uncertainty, or pain, you build resilience and emotional fortitude. Each time you confront discomfort without relying on others, you strengthen your ability to handle life's difficulties with grace and courage. Self-discipline is another essential Stoic practice for eliminating emotional dependence. When you rely on others for emotional support or validation, you often sacrifice your own discipline in favor of pleasing others or seeking comfort. Stoicism teaches that self-discipline is the foundation of inner strength. By setting clear goals, maintaining your commitments, and staying true to your principles, you cultivate a sense of inner power that is independent of external influences. This discipline reinforces your ability to stand strong on your own without needing others to guide or support you. Developing inner strength also involves practicing gratitude for your own capabilities. Emotional dependence often comes from a sense of inadequacy or the belief that you need others to fill emotional gaps. Stoicism teaches that you already possess everything you need within yourself. By practicing gratitude for your own strengths, talents, and resilience, you shift your focus away from seeking external validation and toward recognizing your own value. This gratitude builds a deep sense of confidence, empowering you to rely on yourself rather than on others. Another Stoic practice that helps eliminate emotional dependence is the focus on virtue over pleasure. Emotional dependence often leads to seeking short-term pleasure or comfort from others to avoid discomfort or uncertainty. But Stoicism teaches that true fulfillment comes from living virtuously, acting with wisdom, courage, and integrity, rather than chasing fleeting pleasures. By shifting your focus to virtue, you strengthen your inner character, finding satisfaction in living according to your values rather than relying on external sources of pleasure. Developing inner strength also requires the practice of mindfulness. Emotional dependence often leads to reactive behavior, where your emotions are dictated by others' actions or opinions. Stoicism teaches that mindfulness, being fully present and aware of your thoughts and feelings, helps you take control of your emotional responses. By practicing mindfulness, you create space between external events and your reactions, allowing you to choose how to respond. This practice builds emotional resilience as you learn to respond to life's challenges with calm and clarity, free from emotional dependence on others. Another powerful Stoic practice for eliminating emotional dependence is reflecting on impermanence. Emotional dependence often arises from the fear of losing people or things that bring you comfort. But Stoicism teaches that everything in life is temporary, and by accepting this impermanence, you free yourself from the emotional grip of attachment. This acceptance allows you to find peace in the present moment, knowing that your inner strength does not depend on holding on to external sources of comfort or security. Developing inner strength also involves cultivating emotional resilience. Emotional dependence makes you vulnerable to being emotionally overwhelmed by the actions or opinions of others. Stoicism teaches that resilience is built through adversity, and each challenge you face without relying on others strengthens your emotional core. By embracing setbacks as opportunities for growth, you develop the ability to bounce back from difficulties with greater confidence and poise, relying on your inner resources rather than external support. Another essential Stoic practice for building inner strength is setting personal boundaries. Emotional dependence often leads to a lack of boundaries, where you allow others to influence your emotions and decisions. By setting clear boundaries, you protect your emotional well-being and assert your autonomy. These boundaries help you maintain control over your emotional space, ensuring that your strength comes from within rather than being compromised by external demands. The Stoic practice of focusing on what you can control is another key to eliminating emotional dependence. Many people become emotionally dependent by trying to control how others feel or behave, seeking approval or validation through their actions. But Stoicism teaches that you cannot control others, only yourself. By focusing on your own actions, decisions, and mindset, you reclaim the power to shape your emotional state, building a sense of inner strength that is independent of others' reactions. Another way to develop inner strength is through the practice of silence. Emotional dependence often leads to seeking constant feedback or reassurance from others. But Stoicism teaches the power of silence, both in speech and in the mind. By practicing silence, you learn to listen to your own inner voice rather than relying on external validation. This quiet reflection strengthens your self-reliance, allowing you to make decisions and find peace without the need for constant input from others. Stoicism also teaches the importance of embracing solitude as a way to eliminate emotional dependence. Many people fear being alone, equating solitude with loneliness. But Stoicism views solitude as an opportunity for self-reflection, growth, and inner peace. By learning to enjoy your own company and find strength within, you reduce your reliance on others for emotional fulfillment. This self-sufficiency fosters a deep sense of inner strength as you come to realize that you are whole and complete on your own. Another Stoic practice that builds inner strength is the cultivation of self-compassion. Emotional dependence often stems from harsh self-judgment or the belief that you are not enough without others' approval. Stoicism teaches that while we should strive for self-improvement, we must also treat ourselves with kindness. By practicing self-compassion, you learn to nurture your emotional needs from within, reducing the need to seek external validation. This self-care strengthens your inner resilience, allowing you to face life's challenges with greater confidence. Developing inner strength also involves the practice of patience. Emotional dependence often leads to impatience as you seek immediate comfort or validation from others. Stoicism teaches that patience is a virtue that strengthens your ability to endure difficulties without emotional dependence. By cultivating patience, you learn to trust in the process of growth and change, allowing your inner strength to develop over time rather than relying on quick fixes from external sources. Another powerful Stoic practice for eliminating emotional dependence is reflecting on your purpose. Emotional dependence often leads to living according to others' expectations or seeking approval through their standards. But Stoicism teaches that true fulfillment comes from living in alignment with your own purpose and values. By focusing on your purpose, you build a sense of inner direction and strength, freeing yourself from the need for external validation or approval. The practice of forgiveness is another essential Stoic tool for developing inner strength. Emotional dependence often involves holding on to past hurts or grievances, which can weaken your emotional resilience. Stoicism teaches that forgiveness is not about excusing others' actions, but about freeing yourself from the emotional burden of resentment. By practicing forgiveness, you release the hold that others' actions have on your emotional state, reclaiming your power and strengthening your inner peace. Developing inner strength also requires the practice of humility. Emotional dependence often stems from the need to prove yourself or seek recognition from others. But Stoicism teaches that true strength comes from humility, the recognition that you are always growing and learning, and that you do not need external validation to feel worthy. This humility allows you to focus on your own growth, building inner strength that is rooted in self-awareness rather than external approval. Another Stoic practice that helps eliminate emotional dependence is accepting responsibility for your emotions. Emotional dependence often leads to blaming others for how you feel, whether it's anger, sadness, or frustration. Stoicism teaches that your emotions are within your control, and by taking responsibility for them, you reclaim your power. This practice builds emotional resilience as you learn to manage your feelings without relying on others to change or fix them. Another important aspect of developing inner strength is practicing gratitude for challenges. Emotional dependence often leads to avoiding difficulties, seeking comfort and support from others to shield you from pain. But Stoicism teaches that challenges are opportunities for growth, and by embracing them with gratitude, you strengthen your emotional core. This mindset shift allows you to view difficulties as stepping stones to greater resilience, reducing the need to rely on others for support. Stoicism also teaches the importance of consistency in developing inner strength. Emotional dependence often leads to erratic behavior, where your emotional state fluctuates based on external factors. By practicing consistency in your thoughts, actions, and emotions, you build a stable foundation of inner strength. This consistency reinforces your ability to remain calm and focused, even in the face of uncertainty, allowing you to navigate life's challenges without being swayed by emotional dependence. Developing inner strength also involves the practice of embracing uncertainty. Emotional dependence often arises from the fear of the unknown, leading you to seek comfort in others to feel secure. But Stoicism teaches that uncertainty is a natural part of life, and by accepting it, you build the strength to face it without fear. This acceptance of uncertainty fosters a deep sense of inner peace, as you learn to trust in your ability to adapt and thrive, regardless of external circumstances. Another powerful Stoic practice for eliminating emotional dependence is the cultivation of self-trust. Emotional dependence often stems from doubting your own abilities or judgment, leading you to rely on others for guidance. Stoicism teaches that you already possess the wisdom and strength to navigate life's challenges. By practicing self-trust, you build confidence in your own decisions and instincts, reducing the need to seek approval or validation from others. Developing inner strength also requires the practice of emotional detachment. Emotional dependence often leads to becoming overly invested in others' actions or opinions, allowing them to dictate your emotional state. But Stoicism teaches that true strength comes from emotional detachment, not in the sense of not caring, but in maintaining control over your emotions, regardless of external events. This detachment strengthens your resilience, allowing you to remain centered and composed, even when others act in ways that might otherwise upset you. Another important Stoic practice for building inner strength is embracing imperfection. Emotional dependence often leads to striving for perfection, seeking approval from others to validate your worth. But Stoicism teaches that imperfection is a natural part of life, and by accepting it, you free yourself from the need for external validation. This acceptance allows you to focus on progress rather than perfection, building inner strength as you learn to embrace your flaws and grow from them. Developing inner strength also involves the practice of perseverance. Emotional dependence often leads to giving up or seeking comfort when faced with challenges. But Stoicism teaches that perseverance, the ability to keep going even when things are difficult, is key to building resilience and strength. By practicing perseverance, you develop the mental and emotional stamina to overcome obstacles without relying on others for support, strengthening your inner resolve. Another essential Stoic practice for eliminating emotional dependence is the focus on personal growth. Emotional dependence often leads to stagnation as you become comfortable relying on others for emotional support or validation. But Stoicism teaches that life is a continuous journey of growth and improvement. By focusing on your own growth, whether it's through learning, self-reflection, or taking on new challenges, you build a sense of inner strength that is constantly evolving, reducing the need for external validation. The practice of mental clarity is another powerful tool for developing inner strength. Emotional dependence often leads to confusion or clouded judgment, as you allow others' opinions or emotions to influence your thinking. Stoicism teaches that mental clarity, achieved through practices like meditation, reflection, or journaling, helps you maintain focus on what truly matters. This clarity strengthens your ability to make decisions from a place of wisdom and reason, rather than being swayed by emotional dependence. Developing inner strength also involves the practice of resilience in relationships. Emotional dependence often leads to unhealthy dynamics, where you rely on others to meet your emotional needs. Stoicism teaches that relationships should be based on mutual respect and autonomy, where both individuals maintain their own emotional independence. By practicing resilience in relationships, remaining emotionally self-sufficient while engaging with others, you build stronger, healthier connections that are free from dependence. Another Stoic practice that helps eliminate emotional dependence is embracing the present moment. Emotional dependence often leads to dwelling on the past or worrying about the future, seeking comfort in others to ease these fears. But Stoicism teaches that the present moment is the only time you truly have control over. By focusing on the present, you free yourself from the emotional weight of the past and future, allowing you to develop a sense of inner strength that is grounded in the here and now. Developing inner strength also requires the practice of emotional balance. Emotional dependence often leads to extreme emotional highs and lows, as your mood is influenced by external events or people. Stoicism teaches that true strength comes from maintaining emotional equilibrium, responding to life's challenges with calm and reason, rather than being swept away by emotions. This balance strengthens your resilience, allowing you to face difficulties with composure and grace, free from the need for external emotional support. Another powerful Stoic practice for eliminating emotional dependence is the cultivation of self-respect. Emotional dependence often leads to compromising your values or needs in order to gain approval or avoid conflict. But Stoicism teaches that self-respect is the foundation of inner strength. By honoring your own values and setting boundaries that protect your emotional well-being, you build a deep sense of self-respect that strengthens your inner core, allowing you to navigate life with confidence and autonomy. Developing inner strength also involves the practice of releasing attachments. Emotional dependence often arises from becoming attached to specific people, outcomes, or situations, believing that your happiness depends on them. But Stoicism teaches that true strength comes from letting go of attachments and finding peace within. By releasing attachments, you free yourself from the emotional turbulence that comes with dependence, building a sense of inner strength that is unshakable, regardless of external circumstances. As you cultivate inner strength and eliminate emotional dependence, a profound realization begins to emerge. True freedom is only possible when you release emotional attachments. Stoicism teaches that attachments, whether to people, outcomes, or material possessions, bind you to external factors, limiting your ability to live with peace and clarity. By letting go of these attachments, you free yourself from the emotional chains that keep you tethered to the unpredictable and uncontrollable aspects of life. This freedom isn't just about detachment, it's about living fully, with a heart that is open, but not weighed down. Letting go of emotional attachments begins with understanding that everything in life is transient. The Stoics remind us that nothing is permanent, and the more we cling to what is temporary, the more we suffer. By embracing the impermanence of life, you learn to appreciate people and experiences for what they are, without trying to hold on to them forever. This acceptance of transience brings a sense of freedom, as you release the need to control or keep things unchanged. One of the most powerful effects of letting go of emotional attachments is the inner peace that follows. When you are attached to specific outcomes or people, your peace is fragile, easily shattered by disappointment or loss. But by releasing these attachments, you protect your inner calm from being disrupted by external events. This inner peace is the foundation of true freedom, as it allows you to navigate life with clarity and strength, regardless of what happens around you. Letting go of emotional attachments also frees you from the constant need for validation. When you are emotionally attached to others' opinions or approval, your sense of self-worth becomes tied to their reactions. This dependence creates a cycle of insecurity, as you constantly seek reassurance from others. But when you let go of this attachment, you reclaim the power to define your own worth. This independence from external validation is a key aspect of living freely, as you no longer need others to affirm your value. Another reason letting go of emotional attachments leads to freedom is that it eliminates the fear of loss. Many people cling to attachments out of fear of losing loved ones, opportunities, or security. But Stoicism teaches that fear is a product of attachment, and by releasing it, you free yourself from the anxiety that comes with the possibility of loss. This freedom from fear allows you to engage with life more fully, without holding back or worrying about what might go wrong. Letting go of emotional attachments also empowers you to live in the present. When you are attached to the past or future, you are often caught in a web of regret or anticipation, missing out on the beauty of the present moment. Stoicism teaches that the present is the only time you truly have, and by letting go of attachments, you free yourself to experience life as it is, right now. This presence brings a deep sense of fulfillment, as you are no longer distracted by what was or what could be. Another aspect of freedom that comes from letting go of emotional attachments is the ability to pursue your goals without being hindered by expectations. When you are attached to specific outcomes, you may hesitate to take risks or explore new opportunities, fearing that things won't go as planned. But Stoicism teaches that you can control your actions, not the results. By releasing your attachment to outcomes, you free yourself to pursue your passions and goals with confidence, knowing that your fulfillment comes from the effort, not the result. Letting go of emotional attachments also enhances your relationships. Emotional attachment often leads to possessiveness or expectations that others must fulfill your emotional needs. This dynamic can create tension and dependency in relationships, as both parties feel pressured to meet each other's expectations. But when you release these attachments, you allow yourself and others the freedom to be who they truly are. This freedom fosters healthier, more authentic connections, where love and support are given freely, not out of need or expectation. Stoicism teaches that letting go of emotional attachments is essential for maintaining emotional balance. When you are attached to specific people, outcomes, or situations, your emotions are constantly at the mercy of external forces. This instability can lead to emotional turmoil, as your mood rises and falls based on what happens outside of your control. By letting go of these attachments, you create a stable foundation for your emotions, allowing you to remain balanced and centered, regardless of external circumstances. Another benefit of letting go of emotional attachments is that it reduces suffering. Emotional attachments often lead to suffering because they create a sense of dependency on things that are beyond your control. When you cling to people, outcomes, or material possessions, you set yourself up for disappointment, as these things inevitably change or fade away. By releasing your attachment to them, you free yourself from the suffering that comes from trying to hold on to what is impermanent. This liberation brings a sense of ease and joy, as you no longer feel weighed down by the need to control or possess. Letting go of emotional attachments also gives you the freedom to adapt to life's changes. Life is constantly evolving, and when you are attached to specific people or situations, you may resist change, fearing that it will disrupt your sense of security. But Stoicism teaches that change is a natural and inevitable part of life. By releasing your attachments, you free yourself to flow with life's changes, embracing new opportunities and experiences without being held back by fear or resistance. Another way that letting go of emotional attachments leads to freedom is by reducing the pressure to achieve perfection. Emotional attachment often leads to perfectionism, where you feel that everything must go exactly as planned in order for you to be happy. But Stoicism teaches that perfection is an illusion, and by releasing your attachment to specific outcomes, you free yourself from the pressure to achieve flawless results. This freedom allows you to pursue your goals with a sense of ease and enjoyment, knowing that your worth is not dependent on perfection. Letting go of emotional attachments also frees you from the weight of others' expectations. When you are attached to others' approval, you may feel pressured to live up to their standards or conform to their expectations. This pressure can limit your ability to live authentically as you prioritize pleasing others over following your own path. But when you release your attachment to others' opinions, you free yourself to live according to your own values and desires. This autonomy is a key aspect of true freedom, as it allows you to create a life that is uniquely your own. Another reason letting go of emotional attachments leads to freedom is that it allows you to experience life's joys without the fear of losing them. Emotional attachment often leads to a fear that the things that bring you happiness will be taken away. This fear can prevent you from fully enjoying the present moment, as you are constantly worried about what might happen in the future. But Stoicism teaches that by letting go of attachment, you can experience joy without clinging to it. This freedom allows you to savor life's pleasures without the anxiety of holding on to them. Letting go of emotional attachments also gives you the freedom to forgive. Emotional attachments often lead to holding on to grudges or resentment, as you become attached to the idea that others must make amends for their actions. This attachment to justice or revenge can keep you trapped in a cycle of anger and pain. But by releasing your attachment to these emotions, you free yourself to forgive, letting go of the past and moving forward with peace. This forgiveness brings a sense of emotional freedom, as you are no longer burdened by the weight of unresolved conflict. Another powerful effect of letting go of emotional attachments is the freedom to trust yourself. Emotional dependence often arises from a lack of self-trust, where you rely on others to provide emotional support or guidance. But by letting go of these attachments, you cultivate a deeper sense of self-reliance and confidence in your own abilities. This trust in yourself allows you to navigate life's challenges with resilience and independence, freeing you from the need to depend on others for emotional stability. Letting go of emotional attachments also enhances your ability to practice compassion without becoming emotionally entangled. When you are attached to others' well-being or actions, you may find yourself becoming overly involved in their emotional world, leading to emotional exhaustion or frustration. But Stoicism teaches that true compassion involves offering support without becoming attached to the outcome. By releasing your attachment to others' emotions, you can offer kindness and care without being drained or overwhelmed. This freedom allows you to maintain your emotional balance while still being present for others. Another benefit of letting go of emotional attachments is that it fosters a sense of emotional independence. Emotional attachments often lead to dependency on others for happiness, security, or validation. But Stoicism teaches that true freedom comes from within, and by releasing these attachments, you cultivate a sense of inner strength and self-reliance. This emotional independence allows you to find fulfillment and peace within yourself, without needing others to complete or validate you. Letting go of emotional attachments also empowers you to take risks and explore new opportunities. When you are attached to the familiar, you may hesitate to step outside your comfort zone, fearing that change will bring uncertainty or discomfort. But by releasing your attachment to the status quo, you free yourself to embrace new possibilities with curiosity and courage. This freedom allows you to pursue your passions and dreams without being held back by fear or attachment to what is known. Another reason letting go of emotional attachments leads to freedom is that it allows you to live without regret. Emotional attachments often lead to dwelling on past mistakes or missed opportunities, as you become attached to the idea of what could have been. This attachment to the past can prevent you from fully engaging with the present and moving forward. But by releasing these attachments, you free yourself from the burden of regret, allowing you to live with a sense of peace and acceptance. Letting go of emotional attachments also enhances your ability to respond to life's challenges with grace. When you are attached to specific outcomes or expectations, you may find yourself reacting emotionally when things don't go as planned. But Stoicism teaches that by releasing attachment to outcomes, you can remain calm and composed, even in the face of adversity. This freedom allows you to navigate life's difficulties with resilience without being emotionally overwhelmed by disappointment or frustration. Another benefit of letting go of emotional attachments is that it fosters a sense of gratitude. When you are attached to what you don't have or what you fear losing, it's easy to overlook the blessings in your life. But by releasing these attachments, you free yourself to appreciate what is already present. This gratitude brings a sense of contentment and joy as you focus on the abundance in your life rather than on what is missing. Letting go of emotional attachments also allows you to cultivate a deeper sense of purpose. When you are attached to specific people, outcomes, or material possessions, your sense of purpose may become tied to these external factors. But Stoicism teaches that true purpose comes from living in alignment with your values and principles, not from external validation. By releasing your attachment to external markers of success or happiness, you free yourself to pursue a life of meaning and fulfillment that is rooted in your own inner convictions. Another reason letting go of emotional attachments leads to freedom is that it allows you to experience life with greater clarity. Emotional attachments often cloud your judgment as your desires and fears influence your decisions. But by releasing these attachments, you free your mind from emotional entanglement, allowing you to see situations more clearly and make decisions based on reason and wisdom. This clarity brings a sense of freedom, as you are no longer swayed by emotional biases or attachments. Letting go of emotional attachments also enhances your ability to embrace uncertainty. When you are attached to specific outcomes or plans, you may find yourself resisting change or fearing the unknown. But Stoicism teaches that uncertainty is a natural part of life, and by releasing your attachment to control, you free yourself to embrace the unknown with confidence and curiosity. This freedom allows you to navigate life's unpredictability with grace, knowing that you have the inner strength to adapt to whatever comes your way. Another benefit of letting go of emotional attachments is that it fosters a sense of emotional resilience. When you are attached to specific people, outcomes, or expectations, your emotional well-being becomes vulnerable to external forces. But by releasing these attachments, you cultivate a sense of inner strength and stability, allowing you to remain emotionally grounded even in the face of challenges or change. This resilience is the foundation of true freedom, as it enables you to navigate life's ups and downs with confidence and composure. Letting go of emotional attachments also allows you to live with greater authenticity. When you are attached to others' opinions or expectations, you may find yourself conforming to what you think they want, rather than being true to yourself. But by releasing these attachments, you free yourself to live according to your own values and desires. This authenticity brings a sense of fulfillment and freedom, as you are no longer constrained by the need to please others or meet their expectations. Another powerful effect of letting go of emotional attachments is the freedom to embrace failure without fear. Emotional attachments often lead to a fear of failure, as you become attached to the idea of success or the avoidance of mistakes. But Stoicism teaches that failure is a natural part of growth, and by releasing your attachment to specific outcomes, you free yourself to take risks and learn from your experiences. This freedom allows you to approach life with a sense of curiosity and openness, knowing that failure is simply a step on the path to growth. Letting go of emotional attachments also empowers you to live with greater joy. When you are attached to specific people, outcomes, or material possessions, your happiness becomes conditional, dependent on these external factors. But by releasing these attachments, you free yourself to experience joy in the present moment, without needing anything more. This freedom allows you to find happiness in the simple pleasures of life, knowing that your joy is not tied to external circumstances. Another reason letting go of emotional attachments leads to freedom is that it allows you to practice compassion without becoming emotionally drained. When you are attached to others' well-being or emotions, you may find yourself becoming overwhelmed by their struggles or suffering. But Stoicism teaches that true compassion involves offering support without becoming entangled in others' emotions. By releasing your attachment to others' outcomes, you free yourself to offer care and kindness without sacrificing your own emotional well-being. Letting go of emotional attachments also gives you the freedom to live with a sense of wonder and curiosity. When you are attached to specific outcomes or plans, you may find yourself focusing narrowly on what you want to achieve or avoid, missing out on the beauty of the unknown. But by releasing these attachments, you free yourself to explore life with an open heart, embracing the unexpected and finding joy in the journey rather than in the destination. Another powerful effect of letting go of emotional attachments is the ability to live without fear of judgment. When you are attached to others' opinions or approval, you may find yourself constantly worried about how you are perceived, but by releasing this attachment, you free yourself to live authentically without fear of judgment or criticism. This freedom allows you to pursue your passions and goals with confidence, knowing that your worth is not dependent on others' approval. Letting go of emotional attachments also fosters a sense of peace in relationships. When you are attached to specific outcomes or expectations in relationships, you may find yourself feeling disappointed or frustrated when things don't go as planned. But Stoicism teaches that relationships are most fulfilling when they are based on mutual respect and freedom, rather than attachment or need. By releasing your attachment to how relationships should unfold, you free yourself to experience love and connection without the weight of expectations. Another reason letting go of emotional attachments leads to freedom is that it allows you to live with a sense of purpose that is independent of external validation. Emotional attachments often lead to seeking approval or recognition from others as you become attached to the idea of success or achievement. But Stoicism teaches that true purpose comes from living in alignment with your values, not from external validation. By releasing your attachment to others' approval, you free yourself to pursue a life of meaning and fulfillment that is rooted in your own inner convictions. Letting go of emotional attachments also enhances your ability to practice humility. When you are attached to specific outcomes or achievements, you may find yourself becoming overly focused on proving your worth or achieving recognition. But Stoicism teaches that humility is the foundation of inner strength, and by releasing your attachment to external success, you free yourself to focus on your own growth and development. This humility fosters a sense of freedom, as you are no longer constrained by the need to achieve or be recognized. Another powerful effect of letting go of emotional attachments is the ability to live without regret. Emotional attachments often lead to dwelling on past mistakes or missed opportunities, as you become attached to the idea of what could have been. But Stoicism teaches that the past is beyond your control, and by releasing your attachment to it, you free yourself to live fully in the present. This freedom allows you to move forward with peace, knowing that your future is not determined by your past. Letting go of emotional attachments also empowers you to live with a sense of balance. When you are attached to specific outcomes or desires, your life may feel out of balance as you prioritize achieving these goals over maintaining your well-being. But by releasing these attachments, you free yourself to create a life that is balanced and fulfilling, where your emotional, physical, and mental health are all valued and cared for. This balance brings a sense of freedom, as you are no longer driven by the need to achieve or possess, but are instead guided by a desire for harmony and peace. Another reason letting go of emotional attachments leads to freedom is that it allows you to experience life with greater flexibility. Emotional attachments often lead to rigidity, where you feel that things must go a certain way in order for you to be happy. But Stoicism teaches that flexibility is key to navigating life's challenges with ease. By releasing your attachment to specific outcomes, you free yourself to adapt to whatever life brings, finding joy and fulfillment in the process. This flexibility is the essence of true freedom, as it allows you to move through life with grace and resilience. As you continue to release emotional attachments and experience true freedom, The next powerful step is learning how to practice indifference to external approval. Stoicism teaches that the constant need for approval from others is one of the greatest barriers to inner peace and self-mastery. By becoming indifferent to external praise or criticism, you reclaim your emotional independence, living authentically without being swayed by the opinions of others. This indifference is not about shutting yourself off from the world, but rather about choosing to root your sense of worth within, unaffected by the judgments or expectations of those around you. Practicing indifference to external approval begins with understanding that other people's opinions are beyond your control. Stoicism emphasizes that you can only control your own thoughts, actions, and reactions, not what others think of you. By accepting that you cannot influence their judgments, you free yourself from the emotional weight of trying to meet their expectations. This shift in focus from external to internal control is a powerful step toward emotional freedom. One of the most profound benefits of practicing indifference to external approval is that it allows you to live more authentically. When you seek approval from others, you may find yourself conforming to their expectations or suppressing your true self to gain their acceptance. But when you release the need for external validation, you give yourself permission to be fully yourself, regardless of how others perceive you. This authenticity brings a deep sense of fulfillment, as you are no longer bound by the need to fit into others' molds. Stoicism teaches that the opinions of others are fleeting and often based on factors that have little to do with your true character. People's judgments are influenced by their own biases, insecurities, and experiences. By practicing indifference to their approval, you stop allowing their shifting perceptions to dictate your sense of self-worth. This practice helps you remain grounded in your own values and principles, building a foundation of inner strength that is not easily shaken by external criticism or praise. Another important aspect of practicing indifference to external approval is recognizing that the pursuit of others' validation is often a never-ending cycle. Once you gain approval, the satisfaction is temporary, and soon you find yourself seeking it again. Stoicism teaches that true contentment comes from within, not from external recognition. By letting go of the need for approval, you break free from this exhausting cycle and find a deeper, more lasting sense of peace. Practicing indifference to external approval also strengthens your decision-making. When you are overly concerned with how others will react, you may hesitate to make choices that align with your true desires or values. But when you become indifferent to their judgments, you gain the freedom to make decisions based on what is right for you, not on what will please others. This clarity of purpose allows you to live with greater confidence and integrity, knowing that your actions are guided by your own principles. Stoicism encourages you to focus on living virtuously rather than seeking approval. The Stoics believed that living in accordance with your values, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance was the true path to a fulfilling life. When you shift your focus from gaining approval to embodying these virtues, you build a sense of self-worth that is independent of others' opinions. This shift allows you to live with a deeper sense of purpose and fulfillment, as your worth is no longer contingent on external recognition. Another key to practicing indifference to external approval is cultivating a sense of self-compassion. Many people seek approval from others because they are harshly critical of themselves. By practicing self-compassion, you learn to give yourself the kindness and understanding that you may have been seeking from others. This inner compassion reduces the need for external validation as you begin to trust in your own worth, regardless of how others perceive you. Practicing indifference to external approval also involves embracing failure without fear. When you are overly concerned with others' judgments, the fear of failure can become paralyzing, as you worry about how it will reflect on you in their eyes. But Stoicism teaches that failure is a natural part of growth and should not diminish your self-worth. By letting go of the need for others to approve of your successes or failures, you free yourself to take risks, learn, and grow without being held back by fear of judgment. Another powerful benefit of practicing indifference to external approval is that it fosters deeper, more genuine relationships. When you are constantly seeking approval, your interactions with others may become transactional, where you are more focused on gaining their validation than on truly connecting with them. But when you release this need, you can engage with others from a place of authenticity and openness, leading to relationships that are built on mutual respect and understanding, rather than on the need for approval. Stoicism teaches that the pursuit of external approval often distracts you from your true purpose. When you are focused on what others think, you may lose sight of what truly matters to you. By practicing indifference to external validation, you free up mental and emotional energy to focus on your own goals and aspirations. This shift in focus allows you to live with greater clarity and direction, as you are no longer sidetracked by the opinions or expectations of others. Another important aspect of practicing indifference to external approval is accepting that not everyone will like or agree with you. Stoicism teaches that it is impossible to please everyone, and trying to do so only leads to frustration and disappointment. By accepting that others' opinions are beyond your control, you free yourself from the burden of trying to gain their approval. This acceptance allows you to focus on living in alignment with your own values, rather than being swayed by the shifting preferences of those around you. Practicing indifference to external approval also helps you build emotional resilience. When your self-worth is tied to others' opinions, you become vulnerable to emotional highs and lows based on their reactions. But when you release this attachment, you create a stable foundation of inner strength, where your emotions are no longer dependent on external validation. This resilience allows you to navigate life's challenges with greater composure, as you are no longer swayed by the fluctuating opinions of others. Another benefit of practicing indifference to external approval is that it fosters a sense of inner freedom. When you are constantly seeking validation, your choices may be constrained by the need to meet others' expectations. But when you release this need, you gain the freedom to live according to your own desires and values. This freedom allows you to explore new possibilities and take bold actions without being held back by fear of judgment. Practicing indifference to external approval also enhances your creativity. When you are focused on gaining approval, you may hesitate to express yourself fully, fearing that your ideas or creations will be criticized. But by letting go of the need for others' validation, you free yourself to explore your creativity without constraints. This openness fosters innovation and originality, allowing you to bring your unique vision to life without worrying about how it will be received. Another powerful aspect of practicing indifference to external approval is that it reduces the pressure to conform. Many people seek approval by conforming to societal norms or the expectations of others, even if it means sacrificing their authenticity. But Stoicism teaches that true fulfillment comes from living in alignment with your own values, not from conforming to others' standards. By practicing indifference to external approval, you free yourself to live authentically without the pressure to fit into a mold that doesn't reflect who you truly are. Letting go of the need for external approval also enhances your ability to handle criticism with grace. When you are attached to others' validation, criticism can feel like a personal attack, leading to defensiveness or insecurity. But Stoicism teaches that criticism is simply someone's opinion, and it does not define your worth. By practicing indifference to others' judgments, you can listen to criticism with an open mind, taking what is useful and discarding what is not, without letting it affect your sense of self. Another benefit of practicing indifference to external approval is that it allows you to take ownership of your life. When you are constantly seeking others' validation, you may find yourself living according to their expectations rather than following your own path. But by letting go of the need for approval, you reclaim control over your life and decisions. This ownership fosters a deep sense of empowerment, as you are no longer reliant on others to determine your direction or worth. Practicing indifference to external approval also helps you cultivate a sense of inner calm. When you are overly concerned with how others perceive you, your mind may be filled with anxiety and self-doubt, constantly second-guessing your actions. But by releasing this need for validation, you free yourself from the mental noise of seeking approval, allowing you to experience a sense of peace and clarity. This inner calm allows you to move through life with greater ease, as you are no longer preoccupied with what others think. Another powerful benefit of practicing indifference to external approval is that it enhances your ability to stay true to your values. When you are focused on gaining approval, you may be tempted to compromise your values to fit in or please others. But Stoicism teaches that living virtuously is the key to a fulfilling life, and by practicing indifference to external validation, you strengthen your commitment to your principles. This integrity fosters a deep sense of self-respect, as you know that you are living in alignment with your true values, regardless of what others think. Practicing indifference to external approval also reduces the tendency to compare yourself to others. When you seek validation from others, you may find yourself constantly comparing your achievements, appearance, or life choices to those of the people around you. This comparison can lead to feelings of inadequacy or envy as you measure your worth against external standards. But by letting go of the need for approval, you free yourself from the habit of comparison, allowing you to focus on your own journey and growth without being distracted by others' paths. Another benefit of practicing indifference to external approval is that it fosters a sense of contentment. When your happiness is dependent on others' validation, it can feel elusive and conditional, as you are constantly seeking more approval to feel satisfied. But Stoicism teaches that true contentment comes from within, and by releasing the need for external validation, you cultivate a sense of inner peace and fulfillment that is not contingent on others' opinions. This contentment allows you to appreciate your life as it is, without constantly striving for more approval. Practicing indifference to external approval also enhances your ability to take constructive criticism without losing confidence. When you are overly concerned with how others perceive you, any negative feedback can feel like a blow to your self-esteem. But by practicing indifference, you create emotional distance between yourself and others' opinions, allowing you to evaluate feedback objectively. This ability to take criticism without internalizing it strengthens your confidence as you trust in your own worth, regardless of others' judgments. Another powerful aspect of practicing indifference to external approval is that it frees you from the fear of rejection. When you are attached to others' approval, the fear of rejection can hold you back from taking risks or pursuing your goals. But Stoicism teaches that rejection is simply a part of life, and it does not define your worth. By letting go of the need for validation, you free yourself to take bold actions without fear of how others will respond. This freedom allows you to pursue your passions with confidence, knowing that your worth is not tied to others' acceptance. Practicing indifference to external approval also enhances your ability to embrace change. When you are attached to others' opinions, you may find yourself resistant to change, fearing that it will disrupt the approval you've gained. But Stoicism teaches that change is inevitable, and by releasing your attachment to external validation, you free yourself to adapt and evolve without being held back by the fear of losing approval. This adaptability fosters a sense of freedom, as you are no longer bound by the need to maintain others' perceptions of you. Another benefit of practicing indifference to external approval is that it fosters a sense of emotional independence. When you are constantly seeking validation from others, your emotional state becomes dependent on their reactions. But by letting go of this need, you cultivate a sense of emotional self-sufficiency, where your happiness and self-worth are rooted within. This independence allows you to navigate life with greater resilience, as your emotions are no longer at the mercy of others' opinions. Practicing indifference to external approval also helps you develop a stronger sense of self-awareness. When you are focused on gaining others' validation, you may lose sight of your own thoughts, feelings, and desires as you prioritize meeting their expectations. But by releasing the need for approval, you create space to tune into your own inner voice, gaining a deeper understanding of who you are and what truly matters to you. This self-awareness strengthens your ability to make decisions that align with your authentic self, rather than being guided by external influences. Another powerful effect of practicing indifference to external approval is that it reduces the need for perfectionism. When you are attached to others' opinions, you may feel pressure to present yourself as flawless, fearing that any mistakes will lead to judgment or rejection. But Stoicism teaches that perfection is unattainable, and by releasing the need for approval, you free yourself to embrace your imperfections. This acceptance allows you to take risks, make mistakes, and learn from them without being weighed down by the fear of how others will perceive you. Practicing indifference to external approval also enhances your ability to live with greater spontaneity. When you are constantly seeking validation, your actions may be constrained by the need to gain approval, leading to overthinking or hesitation. But by letting go of this need, you free yourself to act with greater spontaneity and joy, without worrying about how others will react. This freedom allows you to experience life with a sense of openness and curiosity, as you are no longer held back by the fear of judgment. Another benefit of practicing indifference to external approval is that it fosters a sense of inner stability. When your self-worth is tied to others' validation, your emotional state may fluctuate based on their reactions, leading to feelings of insecurity or self-doubt. But by releasing this attachment, you create a stable foundation of self-worth that is independent of others' opinions. This stability allows you to move through life with greater confidence, knowing that your value is not determined by external factors. Practicing indifference to external approval also enhances your ability to maintain healthy boundaries. When you are overly concerned with others' opinions, you may find yourself overextending or compromising your boundaries to gain their approval. But by letting go of this need, you strengthen your ability to set and maintain boundaries that protect your emotional well-being. This practice fosters a deep sense of self-respect, as you prioritize your own needs and values over the desire for validation. Another powerful aspect of practicing indifference to external approval is that it reduces the stress and anxiety that come from trying to meet others' expectations. When you are constantly seeking approval, you may feel pressured to live up to others' standards, leading to feelings of overwhelm or exhaustion. But by releasing this need, you free yourself from the stress of trying to please everyone, allowing you to focus on living in a way that feels true to you. This sense of ease fosters a greater sense of peace and fulfillment in your life. Practicing indifference to external approval also enhances your ability to take responsibility for your own happiness. When you are attached to others' validation, you may find yourself relying on them to make you feel good about yourself or your achievements. But Stoicism teaches that true happiness comes from within, and by letting go of the need for approval, you take ownership of your own emotional well-being. This responsibility fosters a deep sense of empowerment as you realize that your happiness is in your own hands, not dependent on others' opinions. Another benefit of practicing indifference to external approval is that it fosters a sense of gratitude for who you are, rather than for how others perceive you. When you are focused on gaining validation, you may overlook your own strengths and qualities as you prioritize others' judgments. But by releasing this need, you create space to appreciate yourself for who you truly are, independent of external praise or criticism. This gratitude fosters a deeper sense of self-worth, as you recognize your own value without needing others to affirm it. Practicing indifference to external approval also helps you cultivate a sense of inner peace. When you are constantly seeking validation, your mind may be filled with worries about how you are perceived or whether you are meeting others' expectations. But by letting go of this need, you free yourself from the mental clutter of seeking approval, allowing you to experience a deeper sense of calm and clarity. This inner peace allows you to navigate life with greater ease, as you are no longer preoccupied with the opinions of others. Another powerful effect of practicing indifference to external approval is that it enhances your ability to pursue your passions without fear. When you are attached to others' validation, you may hesitate to follow your dreams, fearing that you will be judged or criticized for your choices. But by releasing this need, you free yourself to pursue your passions with confidence and joy, knowing that your worth is not determined by others' opinions. This freedom allows you to live with greater purpose and fulfillment, as you are no longer held back by the fear of judgment. Having learned to release the need for external approval and find peace in being indifferent to the opinions of others, the next significant step on the Stoic path to emotional growth is embracing solitude. Solitude is not about isolation or withdrawal from the world, but about carving out time for deep reflection and self-discovery. The Stoics understood that spending time alone is crucial for cultivating inner strength, emotional resilience, and clarity of thought. By embracing solitude, you give yourself the opportunity to reconnect with your true self, without distractions or external influences shaping your sense of worth or direction. Solitude allows you to develop a deeper understanding of your emotions. When you are constantly surrounded by others, it can be difficult to distinguish your own feelings from the emotions of those around you. In solitude, you have the space to observe your emotions without the noise of external input. This reflection helps you identify patterns in your emotional responses, allowing you to gain insight into what triggers certain feelings and how to manage them effectively. This emotional awareness is key to personal growth, as it empowers you to navigate your inner world with greater clarity. Another reason Stoics value solitude is that it fosters self-reliance. When you are alone, you are forced to confront your thoughts, fears, and desires without relying on others for distraction or comfort. This self-reliance builds emotional resilience, as you learn to find strength within rather than seeking it from external sources. In solitude, you develop the ability to comfort yourself, reflect on your experiences, and grow emotionally without the need for constant validation or reassurance from others. Solitude also provides the opportunity for deep introspection. The Stoics believed that self-reflection was essential for living a virtuous life. In solitude, you have the mental space to evaluate your actions, decisions, and thoughts, considering whether they align with your values and principles. This introspection helps you gain a clearer sense of direction as you reflect on whether you are living in accordance with the person you want to become. This process of self-examination is a powerful tool for emotional growth, as it allows you to make adjustments and improvements in your life without the influence of outside opinions. Another benefit of embracing solitude is that it cultivates a sense of inner peace. When you spend time alone, free from the distractions and demands of social interaction, you create a space for stillness and tranquility. This quiet time allows your mind to rest, and in that rest, you find clarity and calm. This inner peace is vital for emotional growth, as it gives you the strength to face life's challenges with a centered and composed mindset. In solitude, you learn to quiet the mental chatter that often accompanies external stimuli, allowing you to connect with a deeper sense of calm. Solitude also fosters creativity and innovation. When you are alone with your thoughts, you have the freedom to explore new ideas and perspectives without the constraints of others' opinions or expectations. Many of history's greatest thinkers, artists, and philosophers have spoken of the importance of solitude in their creative processes. In this quiet space, your mind is free to wander, to think deeply, and to create without fear of judgment. This creative freedom not only enhances your personal growth, but also allows you to discover new ways of approaching life's challenges. The Stoics valued solitude because it strengthens your ability to be comfortable with yourself. Many people fear being alone because they equate solitude with loneliness. However, Stoicism teaches that true solitude is not about feeling isolated, it's about embracing your own company. In solitude, you learn to enjoy your own thoughts, reflect on your life's journey, and develop a deeper relationship with yourself. This self-connection is essential for emotional growth, as it helps you build a foundation of self-love and self-acceptance that is not dependent on others. Spending time alone also allows you to detach from the constant distractions of the modern world. With the constant noise of social media, work, and social obligations, it can be challenging to find time to reflect on your inner life. Solitude offers a reprieve from these distractions, giving you the space to focus on what truly matters. In this quiet time, you can reconnect with your inner purpose and gain a clearer understanding of your values and goals. This detachment from external distractions fosters emotional clarity, as you are able to prioritize what is important without being swayed by external pressures. Another key aspect of solitude is that it enhances your emotional independence. When you are alone, you are not relying on others to fill your emotional needs. This self-sufficiency builds emotional strength, as you learn to rely on your own inner resources for comfort and fulfillment. In solitude, you discover that you are capable of providing for your own emotional well-being without needing others to validate your worth or provide constant companionship. This independence is a powerful form of emotional growth, as it allows you to engage with others from a place of strength rather than need. Solitude also provides the opportunity for spiritual growth. Many Stoics, including Marcus Aurelius, spoke of the importance of connecting with the greater forces of the universe through quiet reflection and meditation. In solitude, you can contemplate your place in the world and gain a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. This spiritual connection fosters a sense of humility and perspective, reminding you that your worries and concerns are part of a much larger picture. This broader perspective allows you to let go of small anxieties and focus on what truly matters in your life. Spending time alone also strengthens your ability to handle challenges with grace. When you regularly practice solitude, you become more familiar with your own thoughts and emotions, which allows you to approach difficulties with a greater sense of composure. Solitude gives you the space to process emotions without reacting impulsively, helping you build the emotional resilience needed to face adversity. This resilience is essential for emotional growth, as it equips you to navigate life's challenges without being overwhelmed by them. Another benefit of embracing solitude is that it deepens your sense of gratitude. When you spend time alone, away from the distractions and busyness of daily life, you gain a greater appreciation for the simple pleasures in life. In solitude, you can reflect on the blessings in your life, cultivating a sense of gratitude for the relationships, experiences, and opportunities that you may take for granted in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. This gratitude fosters emotional growth by helping you shift your focus from what is lacking to what you already have. Solitude also enhances your ability to listen to your inner voice. In the noise of daily life, it can be difficult to hear your true thoughts and desires. Solitude offers the quiet space needed to tune in to your intuition and gain insight into what truly matters to you. This connection with your inner self is essential for emotional growth, as it helps you make decisions that are aligned with your authentic self, rather than being influenced by the opinions or desires of others. Another reason the Stoics valued solitude is that it provides a space for self-compassion. When you spend time alone, you have the opportunity to reflect on your experiences, challenges, and mistakes with kindness and understanding. In solitude, you can offer yourself the compassion that you may often seek from others. This self-compassion is a key aspect of emotional growth, as it allows you to heal from past wounds and build a stronger, more resilient sense of self. Solitude also helps you develop a greater sense of patience. In a world that often demands instant gratification, spending time alone teaches you the value of slowing down and allowing things to unfold in their own time. In solitude, you learn to be patient with yourself, your emotions, and the process of personal growth. This patience fosters emotional resilience, as it helps you navigate life's ups and downs with a greater sense of calm and acceptance. Another benefit of embracing solitude is that it helps you gain clarity on your goals and priorities. When you are alone, free from the distractions and opinions of others, you have the space to reflect on what truly matters to you. This clarity allows you to set meaningful goals that are aligned with your values, rather than being influenced by external pressures or expectations. This focus on your own path fosters emotional growth by helping you live a life that is true to yourself. Solitude also provides the opportunity for deep reflection on your relationships. When you are constantly surrounded by others, it can be difficult to evaluate your relationships objectively. In solitude, you have the space to reflect on the dynamics of your relationships, considering whether they are healthy, supportive, and aligned with your values. This reflection helps you make decisions about which relationships to nurture and which to distance yourself from, fostering emotional growth by helping you create a social circle that supports your well-being. Spending time alone also helps you build the emotional strength to face your fears. Many people avoid solitude because it forces them to confront uncomfortable emotions or thoughts. However, Stoicism teaches that facing your fears is essential for personal growth. In solitude, you have the opportunity to confront your fears head-on, without distractions or avoidance. This confrontation helps you build emotional resilience, as you learn that you are capable of handling difficult emotions without relying on others for support. Solitude also fosters a sense of self-discipline. When you are alone, you are responsible for managing your time, thoughts, and emotions. This self-discipline helps you develop greater control over your impulses and reactions, fostering emotional growth by teaching you to manage your inner world with intention and purpose. This ability to regulate yourself in solitude translates into greater emotional stability in your interactions with others. Another key aspect of solitude is that it strengthens your ability to find meaning in your experiences. In the busyness of daily life, it can be easy to move from one experience to the next without taking the time to reflect on what they mean. Solitude offers the space to reflect on your life's journey, helping you find meaning and purpose in your experiences, both positive and negative. This reflection fosters emotional growth by helping you connect with the deeper significance of your life. Spending time alone also enhances your ability to practice mindfulness. In solitude, you have the opportunity to focus fully on the present moment, free from the distractions and demands of social interaction. This mindfulness helps you develop greater awareness of your thoughts, emotions, and sensations, fostering emotional growth by helping you stay grounded in the present rather than being swept away by worries about the past or future. Another benefit of embracing solitude is that it helps you develop greater emotional stability. When you are alone, you have the opportunity to observe your emotions without the influence of others. This observation helps you develop greater control over your emotional responses, allowing you to remain calm and centered in the face of challenges. This emotional stability is essential for personal growth, as it helps you navigate life's ups and downs with greater ease and resilience. Solitude also enhances your ability to practice gratitude for your own company. Many people seek constant companionship because they fear being alone with their thoughts. However, solitude teaches you to enjoy your own company and appreciate the peace and quiet that comes with it. This gratitude for your own presence fosters emotional growth by helping you develop a deeper sense of self-love and contentment. Another key aspect of solitude is that it helps you build the emotional strength to let go of attachments. In solitude, you have the space to reflect on the things, people, and outcomes to which you are emotionally attached. This reflection helps you recognize the ways in which these attachments may be holding you back, fostering emotional growth by helping you release them and move forward with greater freedom. Spending time alone also helps you develop a greater sense of perspective. In solitude, you have the opportunity to step back from the busyness of daily life and gain a broader view of your experiences. This perspective helps you see your challenges and worries in the context of the larger picture, fostering emotional growth by helping you focus on what truly matters. Another benefit of embracing solitude is that it helps you develop greater self-awareness. In the quiet of solitude, you have the opportunity to reflect on your thoughts, emotions, and actions with greater clarity. This self-awareness helps you identify patterns in your behavior and emotions, fostering emotional growth by helping you make conscious choices about how to respond to life's challenges. Solitude also provides the opportunity for deep relaxation and rest. In the busyness of daily life, it can be difficult to find time to rest and recharge. However, solitude offers the quiet space needed for true relaxation, helping you restore your energy and emotional balance. This rest is essential for emotional growth, as it gives you the strength to face life's challenges with renewed energy and clarity. Another reason the Stoics valued solitude is that it helps you develop greater resilience to external pressures. When you spend time alone, free from the influence of others, you strengthen your ability to stand firm in your values and beliefs. This resilience helps you navigate social situations with greater confidence, as you are no longer swayed by the opinions or expectations of others. This emotional strength is key to personal growth, as it allows you to remain true to yourself in the face of external pressures. Spending time alone also helps you develop greater compassion for yourself and others. In solitude, you have the opportunity to reflect on your own struggles and challenges, fostering a sense of empathy and understanding. This compassion extends to others as well, as you recognize that everyone is navigating their own emotional journey. This empathy fosters emotional growth by helping you approach yourself and others with greater kindness and understanding. Another key aspect of solitude is that it helps you develop a deeper sense of inner peace. When you spend time alone, free from the distractions and demands of social interaction, you create a space for stillness and reflection. This quiet time allows you to connect with a deeper sense of calm, fostering emotional growth by helping you find peace within rather than seeking it from external sources. Solitude also enhances your ability to practice forgiveness. When you are alone, you have the opportunity to reflect on past hurts and grievances without the influence of others. This reflection helps you let go of resentment and anger, fostering emotional growth by helping you move forward with a lighter heart. This forgiveness extends to yourself as well, as solitude offers the space to practice self-forgiveness and healing. Another benefit of embracing solitude is that it helps you develop greater patience with yourself and others. In solitude, you have the opportunity to slow down and reflect on your emotions and experiences without rushing to judgment or action. This patience fosters emotional growth by helping you approach yourself and others with greater understanding and acceptance, rather than reacting impulsively to emotions or situations. Spending time alone also helps you develop greater emotional clarity. In solitude, you have the space to reflect on your thoughts and emotions without the noise of external input. This clarity helps you identify what truly matters to you, fostering emotional growth by helping you make decisions that are aligned with your values and goals. Another key aspect of solitude is that it helps you develop a deeper sense of self-love. When you spend time alone, you have the opportunity to reflect on your strengths, accomplishments, and unique qualities. This reflection helps you cultivate a sense of appreciation for yourself, fostering emotional growth by helping you build a foundation of self-worth that is not dependent on others' validation. Solitude also provides the opportunity for deep reflection on your life's journey. In the quiet of solitude, you have the space to reflect on your past experiences, challenges, and growth. This reflection helps you gain a deeper understanding of your life's purpose and direction, fostering emotional growth by helping you connect with your true path. Another benefit of embracing solitude is that it helps you develop greater emotional independence. In solitude, you learn to rely on your own inner resources for comfort, fulfillment, and guidance. This self-sufficiency fosters emotional growth by helping you build a strong foundation of inner strength, allowing you to navigate life's challenges with confidence and resilience. Spending time alone also enhances your ability to connect with your intuition. In solitude, free from the distractions and demands of daily life, you have the space to tune into your inner voice and gain insight into your true desires and goals. This connection with your intuition fosters emotional growth by helping you make decisions that are aligned with your authentic self. Another key aspect of solitude is that it helps you develop greater emotional stability. In solitude, you have the opportunity to observe your emotions without the influence of others. This observation helps you develop greater control over your emotional responses, fostering emotional growth by helping you remain calm and centered in the face of challenges. Solitude also enhances your ability to practice mindfulness. In the quiet of solitude, you have the opportunity to focus fully on the present moment, free from the distractions and demands of social interaction. This mindfulness fosters emotional growth by helping you stay grounded in the present, rather than being swept away by worries about the past or future. Another benefit of embracing solitude is that it helps you develop a deeper sense of inner peace. When you spend time alone, free from the distractions and demands of daily life, you create a space for stillness and reflection. This quiet time allows you to connect with a deeper sense of calm, fostering emotional growth by helping you find peace within, rather than seeking it from external sources. The Stoics recognized that solitude is a powerful tool for emotional growth. It allows you to connect with your true self, develop emotional resilience, and find inner peace. By embracing time alone, you create the space needed for deep reflection, self-discovery, and personal growth, ultimately leading to a more fulfilled and emotionally strong life. As you journey through the steps to eliminate emotional dependence, rooted in the wisdom of Stoicism, you begin to discover a deeper sense of inner strength and freedom. These steps aren't just about breaking free from external validation. They are about reclaiming your power, cultivating emotional independence, and finding peace within yourself. Each lesson offers you the tools to live with greater clarity, resilience, and purpose. When you master emotional independence, you unlock the ability to face life's challenges with grace, unburdened by the need for approval or attachment. Now, we'd love to hear from you. Share in the comments which Stoic principle resonated with you the most, or which step you're excited to start practicing today. Let's build a community of like-minded individuals who are committed to emotional growth and freedom. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you never miss out on new content designed to help you live a more empowered, balanced, and stoic life. Stay connected, stay grounded,